All right, everyone. This is a rare for me to be dashing on a Monday, but I am on vacation from my W-2, so that's why I'm dashing on a Monday to get ready to go on my trip to Oklahoma tomorrow, and just making final preparations, just doing a short little dash, and I've got a couple of errands that I need to run today before I get ready to go on my trip. So in 500 feet, turn right onto State Road. Today we're dashing in Shelbyville. Haven't dashed here live for a while, so I'm just gonna dash here. Oh, what do we got? No, I can't do that. They wanted me to go way up north to pick up an $11 order that was for 20 miles. No, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that, Uber. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I mean, I'm lucky to be having this order that I got right now because I don't know what to expect on Monday. I really don't. Hey, Joey, welcome in. Yeah, I don't know what to expect on Monday. This is one of the first Mondays I've dashed in a long time. So, and now that I've got Uber, I don't know what to expect. I honestly don't. I don't know what to expect today. I mean, is it going to be a decent Monday or is it going to be a manic Monday? Who knows? Yeah, that's what I got to find out. Hey, Sean Plays, welcome in. Yeah, I'm about to take a Starbucks order here to a trailer park. We're in Shelbyville today. This is where I'll be dashing for today. I'm just going to dash for a little bit, and then I'm going to be going to do a couple of errands, get everything prepared for my trip starting tomorrow. So I'm probably going to be 2 days, probably doing it 2 days, not driving all the way there because I plan to see some of the gigtubers I watch and follow. There's probably at least 3 or 4 that I would like to see, and if I can work that out, then maybe I'll do like a short live or something like that if I am with them, and I think that would be kind of nice. So I'm looking forward to this trip. I think there's some places that I've never seen before, and yeah, to be just like Willie Nelson would say, going places that you've never been and seeing things that you may never see again. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Say, hi, are you driving while using your phone? Yes, but I have my phone secured and I have both hands on the steering wheel, if that's what you're asking. So I appreciate your concern, but I do take care of that. So, what's up, Sally? Welcome in. In a quarter mile, turn left onto Wellington Boulevard. Okay, so yeah, we're about to deliver to this trailer park up here and get started with this. All right, getting ready to turn. And there's the street. Turn left. Oh, where are you headed? Boulevard. Headed to deliver a Starbucks order to a customer over here in this trailer park. In 700 feet, turn right onto Chestnut Street. Okay. Gotta wait for this person to come up here. Yeah, so getting ready for your morning routine. Yep, I'll probably have you simulcast, Sally. So whenever you go on, I'll have you on too. So you're following the good old thing to try to get you, if you go live every day, or you at least try to, you'll be at 1,000 in no time. Turn right onto Chestnut Street. You work for Starbucks? No, I work. This is a DoorDash delivery. And I'm taking a Starbucks to a customer who ordered on DoorDash. Turn left. Okay. All right, let me do it here. All right. Drive west on Chestnut Street. Then, in 400 feet, turn left. I will be back, though. I will. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm going to have you simulcast, Sally. So, we'll be on together, just in 2 different... turn left. It's not the greatest. Okay, so now it wants me to go this way. because there's some places here that's hard to find because they don't have the places right.
Turn left.
Okay. Are you sure that I'm supposed to go this way? Nah, yeah, you got this all messed up. GPS. I think I'm supposed to go straight down here and then turn left. Yeah, you got that messed up. All right. Okay, that looks more like it.
400 feet, you will arrive at 596 Chestnut Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA.
Is it over here near the end? I'll bet it is. Ooh. Now they're wanting me to take this pizza order, guys. Hold on.
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
Okay, it's over there in the end. It's 12 for 12. All right, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. So, because I can't really...
Head to your pickup.
Hold on. I'm going to deliver this order first. Yeah. Yeah, I've got an Uber drive. I got an Uber. I'll just go ahead and take it, guys. I mean, why not? Yeah. All right. Because I rarely do Uber in the morning. So, and it's going up north. So all I got to do is just put DoorDash on pause. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we got that delivered. Now we're gonna go pick up this place here. I think this Pilot Pizza is at the McDonald's up there in going up towards Fairland. So that's where we're going right now. I hardly ever do an Uber Eats, so that's what we're doing today. All right, Lon Summerlin, where am I going? Going to pick up here Ionish, Marad, Shiru. See, GSA, what's good, big bro? I'm going to go and get an Uber Eats order, guys. I like to show you some Uber Eats too, as well as DoorDash. I mean, this is Monday. I don't know what to expect. I hardly ever dash on a Monday, so I don't know what to expect. But now that I got an Uber Eats order, I'm going to go over and see how I can do on Uber Eats as well. Because the last time I was here in Shelbyville, I mean, Uber Eats was hopping. So let's see if that can be the same case today. Oh, I do not like this place here. So bumpy. They don't take care of these roads.
In a quarter mile, turn left to stay on East Chestnut Street.
All right. Okay. Can I go this way? Yep. Sorry, kitty. I'm not going to hit you. All right. Luckily, I know this area all the time. I deliver in here all the time, and I just wish that they would take care of these roads better. Yeah. Welcome in, everybody. We're going to go pick up a rare Uber Eats order. I mean, it's not the greatest of offers, but I mean, I haven't been taking too many offers on Uber Eats, so we're just going to go ahead and do that today. Okay, so I am going to have to get on the highway, unfortunately. So which way is it going to tell me? Is it going to tell me to go way out of the way, or can I go this way? one thing about Uber Eats, though, they do give you a little bit more time to deliver than DoorDash does, because the customers aren't really as big as expectant on getting their orders as DoorDash is. DoorDash doesn't give you a whole lot of time, but Uber Eats gives you just a little bit more.
Turn right on East State Road 44.
So you're gonna have me go the long way? That's it? That's what you're gonna do? All right, well, whatever. I guess. I could have easily gone the other way, but that's all right. You do what you feel like you need to do. My first Uber Eats order in the morning here in Shelbyville. Let's see. Do you live in the U.S.? Let's see. Well, let's see. Well, you guys are talking to once another. That's great. I appreciate that. I like that, guys. See if I can move this a little bit that way. There we go. All right. I could have gone the other way. I don't know why it's making me go this way. But like I said, Uber Eats is a little bit more, they don't care so much about how much time you get there, just as long as you are on the way there. If they notice that you're going off the path or just not doing what you should be doing, then they're going to say something. But they're not as bad, time-wise as DoorDash is. So, hey guys. Hey, Super Lively, welcome in. Appreciate you joining, guys. We're here to doing a rare dash on a Monday. Hardly ever dash on Monday. I don't know what to expect today because it's been a very long time since I've dashed on a Monday. I think it's been well over a year since I've dashed on a Monday before. So I don't know what to expect. Now that I have Uber Eats, I don't know what to expect, and I'm taking this first Uber Eats order just to see if maybe Uber Eats will do well today, just like it did on Saturday. Uber Eats was just so great. On Saturday, in less than 2 hours, I made $43 just on Uber Eats alone, and I'm hoping that trend can continue. And maybe if I, dash here in Shelbyville, then, maybe Uber Eats will be something that'll definitely help me. All right, I'm gonna move this down. There we go. All right, yeah. Greetings and salutations from Melbourne, Australia. Hey, welcome in from Australia. Yeah, guys, all you that come on this channel, from whatever country, from, nationality, wherever it is, all walks of life, you are welcome here on this channel, and I appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna get this thing fixed at some point. Yep, this is a channel where you are very much welcome here, appreciated. Because I always say this, we're all one big melting pot. We all can learn from one another. Doesn't matter where we're from, and that's the beauty of having the internet. We can talk to each other from all over the world, from all different countries, and that's what makes it great. Let's see, this is Indiana. This is Indiana right here. We're in Shelbyville, Indiana right now. Haven't shown Shelbyville in a while, especially in the morning. So I'm just testing this out today. Since I hardly ever dash on a Monday, I just want to see, what it's like to dash on a Monday before I go to Oklahoma tomorrow. So, be taking a trip. I'll probably be taking 2 days to get there since it's a 12-hour trip. I'm not sure that I would want to go,
right turn on Indiana 9 track.
Just try to get there all in one day. I don't, you get too tired driving all day, and that's what I don't really think I want to do, is to get too tired before I do anything. So, and plus there's other gigtubers I watch and follow that I would like to meet all along the way that are up there. And then that way I could probably do small little lives to where I can include them, and we can do some enjoyment of working with them. So, Always suffered of Mondayville. Yeah, Mondaytitis. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, Monday, you don't know what it is. I hardly ever do it. On a Monday, this is what happens with me on Mondays. Mondays, if I work Sunday night, then I come home on Monday and then I, have to go to sleep because I work the evening shift. I work from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. So I have to do that. And then either that or I, if I'm working, on a Monday that, that I have to work my W-2. If I'm scheduled that Monday, well, then I sleep during the day, so I wouldn't have any time to go out and dash. So this is a rarity for me. I just want to see what it's like. And when I get to Oklahoma, I'll probably go out in Oklahoma and see what it's like to dash there, because I want to see what it's like to dash in other places, especially another state that I've never been in before. So, hey, Ray, welcome in. Hey, Ray, while you're on here, let me just say, I'm leaving tomorrow, and I'm going to be stopping by, probably be passing through Lee's Summit, Missouri, on the way there. So, I mean, if you and Wendy would, like to have a little meetup with me, I mean, we could probably work that out. And I'll probably talk to Sunny too, since she's close by too, because I wanted to try to stop by there on the way, because I don't think it's, since Oklahoma's a long way from where I am, we're talking about 12 hours. I mean, I got to make a few stops, and one of them would be up there. I'd like to at least pass by Lee's Summit. To tell me what time you would be there, because it would be sometime like in the mid-afternoon to where I would be there. Because I'm also going to be passing by the area where Keeping It Real Life is, and I'd like to schedule a time for this. Is what I don't like about being on the interstate at this time of morning. But yeah, that would be, see, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Meeting others that you watch and follow, and then having, dual live streams, but doing it in person. And I like that idea. I mean, I would very much like to travel around the country and meet all of those that I watch and follow. There was someone else that used to be on that wanted to do that too, and that was Dashing Dink. It's like you also subbed up with Man, Hero, Heather, and Dean, doing similar to yourself. Well, thank you, Avi. Appreciate it. Okay. Is it morning for you? Yeah, it's morning here. It's morning here for for me. Yeah. It's 6:30 in the morning. And as you can see, the highway's pretty busy because everyone's getting ready to go to work. Yeah. It's a Monday morning for everyone going to work. So, all right, I'm going to be getting off at this road up here.
In 2 miles, take right exit 109 toward Fairland Road.
Yep, that's what I thought. Yep. Meet up in Springfield with other gigtubers on Friday. Yeah, well, I wish I could have got off then, but my work said no, we can't do that. I said, we're shorthanded as it is, and I'm sorry we can't give you that time off. I was like, okay, well, you got to do what you got to do. I wanted to be there, Ray. I really did. I wanted to be there, but my work said, no, we can't have you do that. We got too many, we're shorthanded, and we really need you here. And I was like, okay. It's 10:30 p.m. there. Okay. So yeah, let's see. So you're almost like a half a day. We understand. I really wanted so bad to be there because see, let me ask, Ray, was Super Living New Zealand? Oh, okay. I had someone from my New Zealand on last night. I said, Ray, I saw that you were that you stayed on live all night last night. I said I was kind of tired because I had some stuff I had to to do preparing for the trip. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. Otherwise, I probably would have been on. I just been so busy trying to prepare for this trip. You know, getting things ready. I've got a few other things that I got to do. So I'm sorry that we are not going to be prophesying that. Okay, so please do not say that on there. We do not prophesy that kind of thing. All right. Yeah, I have both of my hands on the steering wheel. I keep myself, straight ahead, because in Shelbyville, you got to have eyes in the back of your head with these drivers here. So, no, I take care of myself very well. So we're going to, I'm going to have to erase that because that's a prophecy that you're trying to do, and we do not allow that on this channel. So I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see here.
Turn right on West 400 North.
All right, there we go. Yeah, you guys haven't seen Shelbyville for a while, so we're gonna just do that today. I'm just testing it out to see.
Just ahead, turn right.
Okay.
Turn right, then turn left.
Well, this is a gas station. Why do I want to turn left? I can just park over here right where McDonald's is. Yeah, there's no good place to park over there. We'll just park over by McDonald's. As you can see, this is a very busy McDonald's truck stop area here, guys. So, all right, we'll just park right over here on the end. I'm going to go pick up this pizza from here, and I shall return. Hey, Graham, welcome in. Yeah, this is DoorDash Uber Eats dash that we're doing right now. So I'm picking up an Uber Eats order. So I'm going to go pick that up right now, and I shall return. right, well, that's interesting. They said that they ran out of actual big pizza boxes. Okay, so we're gonna have to do it this way. Okay. So we're just gonna put them in here individually. I don't see how in the world they did this. So when I hand it to the customer or put it down here, it's going to be interesting. Okay, and I'll just leave this outside since we don't want that to get too hot. So we'll just do it like that. All right, guys. Okay. Oh, phase by moons. I don't think they're going to. Yeah. They'll be fine with it. Okay. And it's an apartment that I'm going to, and it's not that far away, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. As a matter of fact, instead of going on the highway, I'm just going to go straight down this road down here. So, be a lot faster, and I know exactly how to get there and what street to turn on. That's why it pays to know your area. All right. Now, the customer isn't going to be upset about them having boxes. I mean, you got to remember, this is a truck stop. They do, they're always busy, and it's easy to, to run out of things like boxes. And when you have a truck stop like this, you don't know what, just certain things happen. It's easy to run out of stuff here. Even McDonald's will run out of stuff, because it's a place that's always busy. I mean, I hardly ever come here because I really try not to take any orders that come up here because it's so far from town. But, yeah, sweet visit in New Zealand as a 9-year-old with parents and interest. I had someone from New Zealand yesterday on my stream, and it stayed with me for a while. I can't wait to go visit New Zealand at some point. That would be kind of nice. Okay, I'm going to take this back way to get there, guys, instead of going on the highway, because, at this time of morning, the highway is real busy, and I'm just deciding to do it this way. So, we arrived home last night to see the local McDonald's were surrounded by emergency vehicles. They were there until about 1 a.m. Wow. So you stayed there that time? Wow, maybe someone ate a French fry. We thought someone had been shot. I said, well, I'll tell you what, at McDonald's anymore, you don't know what happens. I mean, there's some, as you can see on some of the YouTube videos, there's, been those that have, let's say, as they would call, and tell me if I'm right about this, Ray. There's some that goes at McDonald's, they say in British terms, a mechanical bin. Am I right about that? Is that how they say that? Because that's what I've heard. Let's see. Next to us. Yeah, I don't ever eat there anymore. I mean, number one, it's not like it was back in the early days. And number two, it just seems so cheap. The service is so slow anymore, especially in Shelbyville. It's very slow. I try not to even take, yep, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. In British terms, it's called mechanical bin. That's what I thought. I know I heard that somewhere. I'm just trying to remember who from. Yeah. But yeah, Ray, I'm saying I'm trying to figure out what time I might get there, because if you're somewhere, are there good places to eat in Lee's Summit, or because that's pretty much where I'm gonna. because I have to go to Lee Summit. Otherwise, I would be, because then to go from Oklahoma, it would go out of, it might go out of my way. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I said Lee Summit. So, any good places to eat there? Or, like I said, I've hardly ever go that way, so that's why I'm asking. Okay, Super Livey. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, I like this back way. Some driver apparently didn't see the building. Oh no. That's not good. Man, that's like they didn't see the building. Man, I don't know how you cannot see a McDonald's building. My goodness. Almost time to pull up. Well, we're almost to this customer phase by. I'm almost to this customer. All I got to do is just go on this. When this thing tells me to turn on Rampart Road, then I'm almost there. This was not that bad an order. Who orders pizza at 6 a.m.? You'd be surprised. This could be a college student, okay? That's one big thing in colleges. At least when I was at Indiana University, that was the big thing back then. You would order pizza on either Saturday night or Sunday night, and then the big thing in colleges is cold pizza Sunday morning. Instead of just regular breakfast food, that's what they did. They ate pizza in the morning. College students did. And over in Indiana University, the best pizza over there, Mother Bear's. And when I do take that trip to Bloomington to go there to Dash, I will let you see Mother Bear's.
Turn left on West Rampart Road.
I'll tell you, the hamburger pizza at Mother Bear's, oh my goodness. You've never tasted a better hamburger pizza than Mother Bear's. I guarantee it. That is good pizza. All right.
Turn left on West Rampart Road.
Right. And I just go to these apartments. See, the news show the SUV parked in it earlier. Oh, okay.
Mile, turn left on Cimarron Place Drive.
Okay. Well, you ate pizza in Florence. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, Faze, I mean, you'd be surprised. That's the thing for college students. They will order pizza the night before, and they would save their leftovers for the morning. That's just what they did.
Message from Kristen M. Please just leave it at the door. Turn left on Cimarron Place Drive, then drop off.
Okay. Whoa, there's Dean. Welcome, Dean. Mother Bear's. That's in some decades. Oh, you haven't even seen anything like, tasted anything like Mother Bear's. That pizza at Mother Bear's, oh my goodness. It is so good. So good. All right, where are we at?
Drop off.
Yeah, right over here at the end. Okay, is there a good spot for me to park there without it being blue? Yep, okay. Okay, with respect to those that are sleeping still, I turn that off. Thank you, Super Live. We appreciate that. Okay.
Kristen M says, meet at door D.
Okay, you just told me to drop it off. Now you want to meet. All right, well, whatever.
Kristen M says, meet at door D.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. Okay. Took care of that. It's delivered, and I had 3 minutes left to resume my dash. Oh well, but it was worth it. Okay, Wendy has doctor appointments at the Kinney Hospital for the morning. She has 4 appointments from about 9 a.m. We probably won't be back into the afternoon to Lee Summit, but we do want to see you. Well, Ray, it'll be in the afternoon before I get there anyway. Because from where I am, I think we're talking 8 hours. So, because it's actually 11 and a half hours to get to Oklahoma. And I think it's 4 hours from there to get to Oklahoma. So, yeah, so it'll be then before I get there anyway. I'm probably going to see Charles, keeping it real life. I got to stop by there first before I get over there. So, I'm going to talk to him later today and see if I can arrange that. All right, I got to turn these lights back on because I had to be respectful to those who were still sleeping. All right, so there's my first Uber Eats done. Okay, so we did 1 DoorDash and 1 Uber Eats, and because they were both going at the same time, that counts as a dirty stack. So we just did a dirty stack. Yep, Dashing Maverick would count that as a dirty stack because you had both orders going at the same time. You accepted one while you were still delivering DoorDash. That does count. So, all right. Thank you for joining, Cute Beetle. Where's Charles located roughly? He's just east of St. Louis. Or somewhere in Missouri. He's just east of Missouri, like 10 or 12 minutes or something. He showed us that the other day. Yep. So yeah, I'm hoping that I get a chance to to meet him, because where he's at, he's very close to there, and I got to pass by there. I have to go to Missouri to get to at least the maps that I've got would tell me that you do have to go through Missouri. That's why I want to meet all of you guys there, so that we can, we can have a nice, I can meet everyone going there. Okay, so we're going to take, well, let's see. I probably better take this way. Yeah, I probably better go this way. I would have better connection if I went this way instead of going that other way. I don't like going through this maze, though. That's the only thing. Call 3 at once a filthy stack. Let's see, what did Maverick say? A triple dirty. Triple dirty. That's what Dashing Maverick calls it. A triple dirty. Yeah. And speaking of which, Mets, I would like for you to check his channel out. His name is Dashing Maverick. Okay, at Dashing Maverick. He does need watch hours, so that's a great channel, at Dashing Maverick. He's the one that says, if you're not dirty stacking, you're not living. See, have you tried getting a hold of Pedro or Gigwise? I said, I have not. No, I have not. I don't even know where they would be. And there's another one over there, but he hasn't been on, man, what is that noise? Yeah. And this other gigtuber that visits Chuck all the time, Big Carl, he goes by a different name now. He hasn't been on for a long time, and he's in St. Louis. So, yeah, I have absolutely no idea. I hate this maze. Dashing Maverick is fun. He is. Yeah, and he calls it a triple, yeah, he calls it a, a triple dirty stack. That's what he calls it. I think one time, see, does he have Grubhub? I think, or no, I think the triple dirty he had one time was, he had a DoorDash, an Uber Eats, and a Favor. I think that was the triple dirty that he had. It was 3 different apps with 3 different things. And I think he was doing a DoorDash, and he got an Uber Eats, and then he got the favor, and he said he could do the favor at the last because it was a shopping thing. So, yeah, that's considered a triple dirty. Yep. Sweet, always up for another. Your folks understand every creature of the genre. Oh, okay. Oh, man. Well, that was kind of nice. Just made $17 on that little, on those 2 orders. That was kind of cool. Drop the beat. Welcome in. Yeah, just made $17 on 2 different apps. I like that. Yeah. Sadman, welcome in. Yeah. Welcome in. How's the grinding been this morning? Not bad. Yeah. I just got through doing a dirty stack, Sadman. I just got through doing one. Yeah, I had a Starbucks in my car from DoorDash, and then Uber sent me an offer. So I still had the Starbucks in my car. So then I accepted the Uber, because when you accept it, they expect you to be on the road immediately. Well, I had to drop off. I was in the vicinity of dropping off that order because it was very close to the drop off of the DoorDash. So I dropped the DoorDash off and then turned DoorDash off, at least not turned it off. I put it in pause so that I could go and do the Uber order. But it still counts as a dirty stack because I had not dropped off that Starbucks order first. So that counts as a dirty stack. It still counts. If you're doing 2 at the same time, it does count. Ice Princess, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Yeah, I just got through doing a dirty stack. Yeah. Did a $5 Starbucks, and then accepted a $12 Uber Eats order, and just got through dropping that off. So, I had both of them going at the same time, so it counts as a dirty stack. So I'm starting the morning off with a dirty stack. I really like that, because I don't know what to expect on this Monday. I haven't dashed in a long time. I have not dashed on a Monday, so I do not know what to expect. I don't know where it's good to dash on Monday. That's why I started here, I guess. Figured out, why not start in a place that I haven't really dashed at in a while, at least in the morning. It's been a long time since I've dashed here in the morning. Very long time. Important to spend 15 to be to chat. Someone's channel can affect the algorithm to the positive. Yes, I appreciate that. I really do. That's one of the reasons why New Zealand, who visited me yesterday, that, he knew that same thing, and he spent a lot of time on my, on my live yesterday contributing to that. Yeah, so, yeah, I really appreciate that. And so I'd like for you to do that to Dean's channel, Each Day TV. And when Dashing Womble is on in the evening, if you have, especially from wherever you are, you want some good, some good entertainment, some good talking about stories from England, Dashing Womble, he's the one to watch. So, and guys, that's what my channel is. I try to promote other channels that I watch and follow, and the reason is because if you, anyone that comes in blue is, if you see someone in blue and I recommend them, they get my seal of approval. So, let's see. Let's see. Each eye ended well considering. Okay. Is Dashing Wimble in the UK? Yeah, Womble. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yeah. Yes, he is. Yeah. You want some good stories, Sadman? If you want some good stories from Dashing Womble, he'll tell them to you. Because he's from England. He came here to the States. Yep, there you go. Yeah, Sadman asked about you, Ray. So you going to ride along in the Oklahoma? Well, yeah, if I can meet Charles and I can meet you guys, I will definitely go live with you guys, because the reason why I want to is because I want to say, Big 3 Dashing meets, Big 3 Dashing meets Keeping It Real Life 101. Big 3 Dashing meets Dashing Womble, and Big 3 Dashing meets Sunny Chronicles. Yeah, I would like to do that. Because those who follow all of us, I think they'd be very interested in that. And those who don't know me, who know you, they would meet me because they're watching both of us. Same thing with Sonny. Same thing with Charles. Those who don't know either of us, if they see that, we're together, you'll get some, we get some maybe new viewers and new subscribers, because those who visit me who have never visited you, you'll get my viewers. Same thing. Those who visit you that don't visit me, I'll get your viewers, and so on and so forth. That's what this is all about. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I got that dirty stack, because, like I said, I don't know what to expect. Is it going to be slow? Is it going to be, I don't know. I haven't dashed on a Monday, in over a year. I don't think. It's been a long time since I've dashed on a Monday. Long time. You see, took 2 vacations in July last year, and then 1 vacation in September. And I think that vacation in September, I stayed here and dashed on a Monday. It was not here. I know that. Dunry Maverick. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. No, Ray is he's in Missouri. He came here from, it'll be 26 years, the 29th of October will be 26 years since Ray entered the States. So yeah, it's been 26 years. I know that because I told him last year it was 25. It'll be 26 this year. So we're just going to go sit up here and sit over by Starbucks at least to start, and try to see if we can wait for an order, because that's where I had here. Plus there's Dunkin' here and a couple other places. So we'll just see which one goes first. Will it, who will be the next order? Will it be DoorDash or will it be Uber? I don't care, either one. Cynthia, welcome in. Here, New Zealand seems to be pretty popular these next couple of days. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. I had a New Zealander watch me for like 2.5 to 3 hours yesterday. I said, yeah, I appreciate those from New Zealand. Yeah. Let's see, those of you that, that are on here, I would, appreciate those that you see in blue. Those channels, those newcomers that I have on here, those that you see in blue, those are channels recommended by me for you to watch. Yeah. Because, if they're in blue, they have my seal of approval for you to watch, because they're entertaining channels. One thing that, that Ray does, depending on where you are in the country, or where you are in the world, if you're just waking up, yep, Jay Twist is your buddy, as Womble as Bomb City Dashing. Yeah. See, that's one thing I want to do, Ice Princess. When I go out starting tomorrow and I want to meet everybody, I want to do like, who isn't on anymore, but like Dashing Dink, I want to do what he wanted to do. I want to travel around the country and meet all of those I watch and follow. At some point, I want to do that. And the reason is because, first of all, I want to visit everywhere in the country at some point. And I even want to go abroad too. So, and the reason is because, I just feel like, it's one thing to watch everybody and, do live streams like back to back with split screen. It's another to meet them in person. There's Queen. Welcome in, Queen. Yeah, Queen, when I get back from Oklahoma, that second week of my vacation, the week after I get back from Oklahoma, we're going to try that again. Okay, we're going to try that again, because I'm going to take that whole week and do it. Yeah, I'm going to take that whole week and do it. So, because I'm doing that, the reason why, okay, we met Ice Princess, Bomb City Dashing, Jay Twist on Friday. We had great fun. Oh, man, I just wish I could have been there. Yeah, I knew that, I saw that Angela and David were there. I saw that. I just wish they, I really wanted to be there, but my W-2 said, no, we can, I said, I understand. I said, but we really need you here. It's like, okay. You gotta do what you gotta do. I get it. Yep. You're moving soon to Texas? Oh, okay. Where at, Texas? Are you going to be close to? Are you going to be close to Maverick, or are you going to be close to living in Cyprus, Sheila? Are you going to be close to either one of them, or are you going to be close to David and Angela? Looking forward to it. Oh, I'm looking forward to that whole week. Yeah, Queen, I want to do a dual live stream with you. I want to do a dual live stream with Eric of the Stardashians. He's down on it. I want to do it. Fran Dash Phoenix wants to do one with me. I want to see maybe if I can do one with Terry. Terry's just doing her thing, and I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to take that whole week and do it. So, and I'm just going to put links up each and every day. Whoever wants to do that during that week, I want to do it, because it'll be Indiana versus. There's Vicky. Welcome in, Vicky. Yes, David and Angela. So you're going to be moving over to them. Okay, you're in the middle of a Spark order right now. Oh, okay, Queen. Yeah, Queen, I just got through doing a dirty stack. I had a Starbucks order here that I was going through a trailer park looking for a house with a Starbucks in it, and an Uber offer came on. So I went ahead and took that Uber, and then I kept looking for this place to drop the Starbucks off. With both orders going at the same time, the dirty stack, it does count. So I dropped that off, put DoorDash in pause, and went and took care of the Uber order, and just made $17 just by just doing that. Made $17 in what, about 25 minutes? Hey, get a job, y'all. I said, well, Egg, I'm going to tell you something. I have a W-2. I'm on vacation from it. So I do have a job. Okay? I do have a job. You're not Megan, are you? I said, Ivan, we do not discuss politics on this channel. So, that goes, for everyone that's on here, anybody who asks, we do not discuss politics on here. Okay, that's just something we don't do. We don't do politics because what does it do? It causes division. We do not, there's no such word as division on this channel. Okay? I mean, Ivan, I said, I know that you have that's a, legitimate question that you have, but politics is something we do not discuss. And that goes for those channels in blue. They don't discuss that either, at least for the most part. I know there's a couple of channels that I do follow that will discuss politics all day, but this channel is not one of them. So, yeah, Ivan, one thing we got to understand on this channel, we talk about positive things. We talk about getting along. We talk about respecting one another. And the reason why I say that is because we're one big melting pot, Ivan. We really are. And it's just unfortunate that some people do not see it that way. Because there's things that we can learn from other cultures, things that we learn from other countries, and so on and so forth. There may be somebody from another country or another culture that has something that you need or want. And I'm going to bring this up again. I always bring it up because it's a good prime example. The movie Mr. Baseball. Yeah, you don't follow politics. Well, yeah, I don't either, Vicky. I just have nothing to do with that. It's divisional. I cannot stand division. Hate it. I hate division. I hate things that cause division. So, but anyway, Mr. Baseball, let me explain that. Okay, you have a baseball player that's in his later years that pretty much is, some people will say, is washed up. No team wants him, and the team is getting rid of him because another player is coming up, and that is, it needs to get along, whether it's your neighbor around the world. Exactly, Ice Princess, exactly. And but what I'm saying is this. I said, there's only one place that was going to accept this player because it was a manager from a different country, a different culture, that watched him on the tapes and saw his heart. The player was speaking from his head and not from his heart, but that manager saw him for his heart. And he wanted to combine his heart and his head together, but he had to go to that country to be taught how to do that. Because in those cultures, for the most part, your head and heart have to be congruent. It has to be working together. Yep. Hey, Mary Martinez, welcome in. Yeah. So And that's what this manager wanted to do. He wanted to show him, I said, you have the heart, but you don't have the game because your head is too much in yourself. If you can get your head out of yourself and then, develop your heart a little bit more and bring them both together, you can be a better player than you were in your prime. And it took a lot of talking, coaching, all kinds of things, and even, the worst things happening for that player to finally say, okay, fine. Okay. It's either the manager's way or the highway. So I want to play baseball, so I'm going to do it the manager's way. And what happened? He saw from the manager's point of view how to put your head and your heart together. And after a development of time, learning to get along with everybody and saying, you know what? Yeah. Hello, Tammy. Welcome in. Hey, and I'm just saying that, he put his head and his heart together from a different culture. And what happened? He learned how to get along with that culture. He thought, I understand. Okay, so maybe I was in my head too much. Maybe this manager is right. Maybe maybe there's something that I didn't see in myself. That this manager really cares for me. If he didn't care for me, he wouldn't have asked me to come to his country. Okay? Because he saw something in me that I did not see. He saw something in me that the managers of the states didn't see. And it took some real big coaching. It took months, but finally, after a while, after he saw it from the manager's point of view, you know what? I kind of like this. Maybe I've been too much in my head. Maybe I need to see what my heart has. And then finally, after, when it gets to the playoffs, he listened to the manager. The manager was like, okay, he was put to the test. If he hits a home run, he beats the manager's home run record. And nobody in the country wanted that. So he had a choice to make. Do I hit a home run and beat the manager's record and get everybody mad at me? Or do I appreciate the manager, hit a bunt, and respect the manager and thank him for what he did for me? And at first, it looked like he was going to do the first part. He hit a foul ball, but he did that on purpose because he wanted everybody to see that maybe they thought he was going to break his record. And everybody was expecting that. But then when that last pitch came in, what'd he do? He hit a bunt and scored the winning run. He said, I care about my manager and respect him enough for teaching me that I can be a better player. So I'm just going to do what he says and bunt and just let him keep his record. That's respect. That's honor. That's appreciation for teaching me that I got to get out of my head and, get out of my head and see where my heart is. If I can change my heart, I can change my thinking. If I change my heart and my thinking, I'm going to be better than I was before. And that's exactly what happened. Hello, Jim Rat. Welcome in. Master Artist, welcome in. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. Hey, Roy, welcome in. Appreciate it, Roy. Yeah. Welcome in. Yeah. So, and I say that all the time, guys, because, like I said, this is about getting along. This is about respecting one another. If someone from another culture or another country, even if it's someone that you don't really think that you would like or something, if somebody from there sees you for your heart, there's something about that. You were special to them in some way. They see something that you don't see. If somebody sees something in you that you don't see, maybe you need to take a look at that and see if there's something, that if you don't see what's in your heart, but someone else does, maybe you need to talk to that person and say, I can show you how to develop your heart. I can show you, because everything that speaks, guys, comes from your heart. A lot of people don't realize that. Your mouth speaks, yes, but how does your mouth speak? What does your heart say? Does your heart say I'm speaking out of love? Or does your heart say I'm speaking out of hate? Or is your heart say I'm speaking out of respect or disrespect or honor or dishonor? Where is your heart? Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Your heart's the one that speaks, guys, not your mouth. Yes, your mouth does all the talking, but everything comes from your heart. And people can see You know, even when you're interviewing, I've heard this before. When you're giving interviews at your job, what's the one thing that the that managers look for? Is your heart in it? Am I speaking to someone who has a heart for my company? You know, whether or not they have the experience, you know, what does your heart say? I've heard a lot of people say that. I know that some people say, oh, you're crazy to think that way. No. Okay, I'm going to move around here. Because like I said, this is Monday. I don't know what to expect. But, okay, we'll move around here and see if I can get something. Here, well, let's do the little tornado garden trick. Yeah, we'll do that here real quick. Just do that for a minute. But yeah, guys, I mean, it just, you know, a reason why I say that is because that's what this channel is all about. This channel is about developing your heart to learn to get along, to be respectful, you know, to honor everyone that's on here. I mean, everybody is entitled to their opinion. Okay, I mean, I had some of those that voiced their opinion yesterday, and I said, you are entitled to your opinion. But, you know, if your not heart is in with us, you know, then I have to, you know, bump you out of the chat, because, you know, I want people who have a heart, you know, people who have a respectful heart. Okay. And when you do some of the things that were said and done yesterday, you have a disrespectful heart, and I have to bump you out because you do. So, and it was unfortunate, but, you know, I mean, you can't please everybody. And that's one of the reasons why we do not talk about politics in here. Okay. We don't talk about politics because where's your heart in that? Okay. Where's your heart? Okay. Politics causes division. We don't do any kind of division in this chat. And a lot of those that I follow, division is not allowed. It isn't. It's about getting along. It's about respecting one another and understanding that we all have goals. We all have ideas of things. Your heart's in mac and cheese. Okay, Rowan, that's, you know, if you like mac and cheese, that's wonderful. Yeah. It's because it's something that you enjoy. If you like that, then, you know, hey, more power to you. Now, I'm just talking about respect. Okay. That's all I'm getting at, guys, is respect. Okay? That's what everybody likes. There's power to the max. You know, as a matter of fact, for one, there's a gigtuber called Dashing Macaroni. Yeah, there is. Honestly, there is. Dashing Macaroni. There honestly is. Okay? I don't ever see him, but yeah, there is one, though. Call text has just been one of the worst things in our country. Really? All right, we're just going to go down here. We're going to sit over here in this area. Like I said, this is Monday. I don't know what to expect. I know it looks kind of slow right now, but ask Ray and J Twist in Bob City, I have too good a heart. You see, well, I don't think there's anything that's that's really too good. Okay. But I'm just saying, you know, a lot of those out there, I said, your heart is the one that really speaks. And I just feel like when you're giving even if you're in an interview, I said, you know, sure, you may have the skills. You may have the skills, you have the know-how, you may know every single thing about what it is you're doing. But when that manager is talking to you, they want to see where your heart is. Yeah, you may have the skills and everything, but is your heart in it? Some of them are smart enough to figure that out. Yeah. Some of them are. I mean, there's some that just don't care who you are. They'll just hire you because they need you. But a lot of them that are smart supervisors, you know, they will say, okay, well, I mean, yeah, you have the skills, but is your heart in it? You know, that's what you want to know. I said, you know, you may know everything like the back of your hand, but if your heart is not in it, then I don't want you here, because that tells me that you're going to be disrespectful. You know, if your heart's not in it, you know, then you're going to show me laziness. You're going to show me disrespect, you know, just in maybe in some inadvertent ways, but I need someone who has their heart in it. Yep. Yeah, guys, we got the good ones in here today. We got Queen, we got Drop the Beat, we got Ray the Dashing Womble, we got Dean. We got them all here, guys. I mean, yeah, this is what it's all about. I'm getting ready to go to Oklahoma tomorrow and meet everybody. See, hello, Erica from Leno Support. Hey, all right, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's because of you, Leno, and you guys that that my channel has thrived like it has over the last month. You guys have done, did so much for me at that time, and I really appreciate that. I really do. You have no idea how much I appreciate it. And the fact that you've helped Welshman Forever, get where he is too. Borderline. Hey, welcome, Borderline. Yeah, we're gonna work on getting you up to 500. So you want to at least get that first step. So yeah, when I get back from Oklahoma, I'm gonna go on a campaign to help you get there. Right now, my campaign right now, guys, and that's everybody on here. I have a campaign for someone that is almost at 1,000, and I would like for everyone to check his channel out, and that is Tornado Garden, at Tornado Garden. He is very close to 1,000 right now. He has an excellent channel, very entertaining. And if you have not, please check that channel out. And if you have not subscribed to him, I ask that you do that so we can get him to that 1,000. You visit a Tornado Gardens channel, I guarantee you will not be disappointed. If you don't have a smile on your face when you visit that channel the first time, I guarantee you by the time he signs off, you will have a smile on your face. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Yep. Guarantee it. So, okay. Man, I cannot believe it. I said you. All right, what does it say I did here? Okay. Well, speaking, I have a tornado here. It said on here there was a tornado that touched down on there. I say, well, that's a bad tornado, and we're not doing that. So we don't talk about that tornado. We talk about positive stuff here, guys. That's what we talk about here. All right. Where are you from? Fitness World. Hey, welcome, Fitness World. Yeah, we're in Shelbyville, Indiana today. Shelbyville, Indiana, dashing on a Monday. It has been a long time since I've dashed on a Monday. I don't know what to expect. I don't know exactly where to dash on Mondays because I don't ever dash on a Monday. On Monday, it's like this. If I work Sunday night into Monday, then I come back from my W-2 and I end up sleeping to into the morning to the afternoon. So I don't know what it's like to dash on Monday morning. Same thing on Monday. If I work my W-2 that Monday in the evening, I sleep during the day. So I don't have time to go out and dash in the morning. So I don't know what to expect today. It's been such a long time. I've never gone any different places on a Monday to dash. So I don't know what it's like to dash here. I don't know what it's like to dash in all the other places I go. What's Monday like to dash in Franklin? What's Monday like to dash in Columbus? What's Monday like to dash in Greenfield or Greensburg or any of these other places? I don't know because I've never done it. Yeah, I've never done it. Your Loving Spark yesterday, you made 250. Awesome. That's great. Yeah. Thank you, Matza. You subbed. Look forward to visiting you soon. All right. Thank you very much, Matza, for subbing to her. Very good. Very good. I said, that's what we do here, guys. I said, we visit other channels. We do sub fests. We try to help everyone out because we're all in this together. That's my slogan. We're all in this together because we are. When we all work together and we help each other reach their goals, then it comes back with you. Like I said, when you help someone else out and help them reach their goals, what are you doing? You're sowing a seed. It's inadvertent. No, we got something. What we got? Oh, McDonald's right here. All right. Very good. Okay.
Drive north.
All right, guys. I'm going to go pick up this McDonald's and I will be right back. Alright, it took a little longer than I hoped, but okay. Alright, that's all I needed. Put this down to support it because it's just a coffee. Alright. Your little lunatic was bouncing on your head every hour last night. Okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's a little source. A few TV appearances, a couple still. Alright. I'm glad you guys are talking amongst each other. I like that too. That's what it's all about, guys. Okay. Oh, okay. It's not that far from here. Very good. Okay. Alright. Let's go and drop this off. Maybe we'll get an Uber. We'll see. All right, guys. Yep, there we go. The sun coming up. That's what I love. Sunrise. You see the moon over here too. Sun and moon out together. Got some packing and laundry to do. Yeah, I've got packing and a little bit of laundry to do myself. Because I'm getting ready to go tomorrow. I got to have everything ready to go. Put all my doing my finishing touches today because I'm starting my trip. Getting ready to go on this trip. Looking forward to seeing different places that I've never been before. Okay, we're going to find out where this is.
Turn left onto Olmsted Drive.
All right. Limited time when they come down to see wonderful moon and sky. I said, oh, it was gorgeous. You know, last night, if you ever got to see it, it really was. It was beautiful. Kids are getting ready for school. Yeah, that's the one thing. So hard to believe that, you know, like school is back in session and here it is, you know, September. And then in the not too distant future, I said, you know, they're going to be on autumn break.
Left onto Olmsted Drive.
I always like to say autumn because, you know, for some reason I just, you know, I don't think fall is a very good word to use. I like autumn better. Autumn just sounds better. And there's people that I know that have named their kids Autumn too. So yeah, it was beautiful. Oh yeah, just gorgeous.
Turn left onto High Point Boulevard.
You know, it's amazing how nature can make things so beautiful and also some things so ugly, you know, but something beautiful like the moon was.
Turn right onto Belvedere Drive. Then 905 Belvedere Drive.
That's your daughter's name, Autumn? Awesome, yeah. That's what I say, guys. It's, you know, is it your favorite season?
Belvedere Drive. Shelbyville, Indiana 46176-2487.
right here.
United States is on the right. And arrange drop-off location. They added the following instructions. Please leave on table on the porch.
Okay, well, I saw your table. I said that's, you know, I always leave thing on a table anyway because I think it's better to leave things on tables than on ground, especially pizza. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Oh, very easy. Didn't take very long to do that one at all. I like that. Okay. Still can't believe your little board's growing up fast. I said, Sun Queen, it just makes me think about that. Seeing my grandson the last time, and it seems like it was just yesterday that he was just a little boy being born, and how, that 6 years have passed. Over almost 7 years have passed, and now he's in the first grade. He had to be held back a year because of because he was born in late June. The school system said, oh, well, we got to hold him back a year because he was born in June. It's like, why do you got to hold him back? I said, that's our policy. We got to hold him back. It's like, all right, well, whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's, 1 minute, they're real little, and then the next minute, they're growing so fast. I mean, 1 minute he's, a toddler. The next minute, he's in the first grade. I mean, amazing. Time just goes so fast. Never had the joy of parenthood. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. See. Hello, Bruce. Welcome in. Yeah. Oh, the joys of parenthood can be a blessing and a curse at the same time, but you love to get older more. Yeah, even through the hardest of times, even when there's times that you want to strangle them because of how they act, or at least, that, I mean, you love your kids so much, you don't want to have to, to punish them for any way. But I mean, you got to teach them the right way to go, though, and there's just some things that you got to say and do. You want to, teach them to do the right thing. And they just won't learn unless they have things done a certain way. It's just how you want to bring them up. How, do you want them to be like you? Because, I mean, especially when you're a parent, or even a grandparent for that matter, you want your son or daughter and your grandson or granddaughter, you want them to be better than you were. You want them to have a better life than you had. Even if your life was really good, you want them to have better than you. You want them to succeed more than you did. That's how much you want, because it's your offspring. You want them, to feel like, what, I came from a seed that was, that wanted me to, to be the best I could ever be, to be better than my own parents, to be better than my own grandparents. That's what you want for your kids. Yeah. Mama Yo, welcome in. Sahili, is that how you say it? Yeah. I mean, it isn't easy to be a parent. It isn't. It isn't easy to be a parent or a grandparent. It really isn't. Especially the older they get, the harder it is. Yep. The older you get, the older the kids get, it's, the harder it is to be a parent, but you still got to go through it. It's just like, the same thing, it applies to raising kids as it is for your, for your own body and your own things of your life. I said, the older you get, the more things you got to leave behind. Yeah. The older your kids get, the more things they have to leave behind. That's just how it is. New Bluey movie. Okay. Because I never realized how hard it is to be a parent. Oh, I know. I mean, you're juggling your life. That's really what you're doing. You're juggling your life. I'm going to go over this way because I know that biker's coming over here, so we'll just go in this way. Your daughter and grandkids love Bluey. Oh, okay. Yeah, my grandson, he's a bundle of joy. I mean, unfortunately, he's going through a form of autism, and his peers in his school kind of have a little hard time understanding that. I mean, he's doing a little bit better this year, because they've seen how he is. I mean, he's great to be around and everything. He's just, he's just got that little autistic part of him, and he wasn't asked to be born that way, but, I mean, it happens, guys. I mean, it's hard, You have 3 kids, it's the most amazing thing, but really the hardest challenge you wouldn't trade for the world. I know you want everything the best for your kids. Family is one of the greatest achievements you could ever have. Sure, you want the best job, you want to be financially secure. Yeah, you do. You want those things. But especially with the type of culture that you may be involved in, is family a really big thing for you? Yeah, for a lot of, especially for Italians, and a lot of Asian cultures, family is essential. If family is a really big thing to you, then, you definitely want to create that, and you want to make it the best. For a lot of, for a lot of the kids, whether it's sons or daughters, you either want them to carry on the legacy, or you want to, if they want to go their own way and do their own thing, you want to support them so that they can be happy at whatever it is they do. They're just there that I'm happy that where I'm at. I said, yeah. So have a wonderful day, everyone. Thank you, Ray, for coming in. I appreciate that. And, tomorrow we'll figure out how we'll work that out. So it'll be mid-afternoon. I know that. It'll be, I don't know how long it could be around 4 or 5 o'clock maybe. I'm not sure. Apparently, American kindergarten noted a mark of instance of kids with Aussie twang in the accent because of Bluey, apparently. Oh, okay. I always say, especially when it's coming, when it's raising your kids, it's kind of like you remember how you were raised, okay? And the fact is, when you have the kids, you remember how you were raised. I say, especially how you grew up. I say, are you wanting to raise your kids the same way? I mean, I'm just looking at it from, any kind of point of view. I said, or did your parents raise you in a spot to where you didn't like it, and you want to raise your kids a different way? I say that's up to you. I mean, it's hard to make decisions like that as a parent because, like I said, you want the best for your kids. You want the kids to be better than you. Just like I want my grandson, okay? I had a daughter, and I love, my daughter. She's, one of the greatest things to ever happen to me. That day in 1994 when she was born, it's like I have a part of me that's on the earth right now, and it was the greatest thing to ever happen. And then when she told me that I had that I was getting a grandson in 2018, I was like, wow. I said, that's even better, and now I have 2 parts of me that's on the earth that is, that I enjoy. Because it's your blood. It's your, it's your DNA that's on the earth that's carried on from you. It's something that you wanted. It's something you desired. And now you have a family that's a part of you. And you want the best for them. You want them to be better than you. That's just what you want. At least that's what most parents want. I want my child and my grandchildren, I want them to have a better life than I had. Even if my life was, unbelievably awesome. My children and grandchildren can do better. That's what you want. That's what most parents want. I'll apply the same thing that taught me, but change to where my kid will understand. Yeah. Yeah, because see, my daughter, was a mid-90s, and raising kids in the mid-90s was a little bit harder than. Well, it's not a great offer. Not at all. It's $3, but it's going 1 mile at Burger King. All right, we'll take it. $3 is better than 0, right? Yep. Yeah, it's not a good offer. But if it's going a little over a mile for $3, yeah, we'll take it, I guess. Like I said, this is Monday. I don't know what to expect, and anything at all right now is a blessing to me. Maybe just taking this $3 offer, maybe DoorDash will say, okay, you know, he accepted this offer, maybe we'll reward him for something else later. Okay. I've had that happen before too.
Michigan Road.
Yeah.
Then, in a quarter mile, turn left.
9 times out of 10, I would turn that down. But, you know, I also got to consider my acceptance rate too. It's at 91%. So I got to be careful with that. Now, if I go to Oklahoma, I don't know what my acceptance rate has to be there. Is it going to be 70 or 80? Because a lot of places, your acceptance rate, you know, to stay platinum is 70. Some of them are 80. I don't know what it is. Hello, Marisol. Welcome in. Gotta go pick up a Burger King order here. It's $3.
Turn left.
You know, and going less than a mile is not the greatest order in the world, but 3 is better than 0. So, all right. Let's call it a basket of doom for his timeout. What is that? So he throws a fit with a basket of doom. You know, and sometimes, you know, my grandson will throw fits and things like that. But we got to remember, he has a little bit of autism in him, and sometimes maybe he doesn't understand. You know, I mean, it depends on, you know, what your child is going through, just to know how you're gonna, how you're going to raise him, especially if, you know, you don't know what his or her condition is. So
turn left onto State Road 44, then turn right.
There's no way to turn right in there, so I don't know what to say. I don't know. I will not understand this GPS sometimes.
Turn left. Then, in 200 feet, turn right. Turn right. Then 1830 East State Road 44, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176-1814. United States will be on the right.
All right, guys.
Drive northwest. Then turn left.
You just said I was here, and now you're telling me to drive. I'm here. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys. There we go. Okay, I'm going to take a picture of this. Okay, start pickup, verify items, and I can't because the bag is sealed, so we're going to do that. All right. They do have a receipt, though. Person's name's on it. All right. See, my son is autistic, and he is respectful. Well, my grandson is, too. You know, I just wish that, you know, his peers would kind of understand him a little better. And the teachers, too. Oh, okay. Yeah. Where this is going, I can understand why it's $3. Yeah, I'm not judging anybody or anything, but this isn't the greatest neighborhood that I'm going to. Just gotta wait for him to back up here. Yeah, this area here, guys, is not the greatest neighborhood in the world. very helpful kid. Well, I know my grandson will be that way too. It's just that, he's just real jumpy and everything. He's he's always got to be doing something. He's just, real busy. He just wants to be doing something. That's why he would be great at sports. Because if if you're always wanting to do something, always wanting to move around and do all that, sports is going to be his thing. I just don't know what sport it's going to be. I would imagine it's going to be just like his uncle. His uncle was in football, so I imagine that as much as he moves around, maybe his uncle will probably get him into football. I would not mind that, though. I wouldn't mind that at all. His uncle was a great football player. That's my daughter's half brother, by the way. He was excellent at football. And I know when my daughter was born, he was in the high school, and yeah, that's the age difference between my daughter and her brother. There was like a 14-year age difference. But even when she was like 3 or 4 years old, when he was a senior, she was his biggest cheerleader. Okay.
Continue for 1 mile.
Figured you could have me turn on that street. All right. You didn't have no choice recently to watch football. My son is not really getting to it and support my son on anything. I said, well, I mean, there are those, that, it's that type of season now. I mean, football season has started, both college and pros. And, I mean, for me, football's okay. I mean, I will watch it, but, I like, basketball a little bit, college basketball. I just, that's just my thing. But I mean, I will watch college. I mean, I'll watch college football too. Because I think, in some regards, the college, seems to be a little bit more, is a lot, it's not so much, those that are, the greatest and showing off. In college, you're not really that way. College, you're just developing and you're learning to have a chemistry with a team. That's one of the reasons why I like the Big Ten so much, is because most of those teams and the coaches that are on those teams, they teach you chemistry to be, the very best as a team and not as an individual. Because for a lot of these teams, it's about individuality instead of being a team. But in college, especially with some coaches, take the Indiana coach, for example, one of the most, Bob Knight, I'm talking about, one of the most controversial coaches, ever. But the one thing that he wanted from his team, he did not want one person to lead the team. He wanted it to be a team thing. He said, because if you're not a team, if you're not a team player, you're not a team. And you don't belong on the team if you're not a team player. We work as a team. We help one another. And that's the way I feel with, with the gig tubing. We're a team. We work together. That's what we're supposed to do. When we work together, we're better as a team. Everybody gets better. Everybody feels better. Okay, we're going to sit here and wait because we've got a bus to my right here, or to my left. Is this America? Yes, it is. Your son was All-State here in Indiana in 2005. Was a great sport for any child. Oh, Stephanie, welcome in. Yeah, we're in Shelbyville today. Yeah, we're doing something a little bit different because I've never dashed on a Monday, especially here.
Washington Street, Act 2, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176.
Oh, there he is. Okay. I guess he's the one waiting for it. Okay. It is for Trinity?
Trinity, should be Trinity McFarland or Trinity Perry on the order.
It says P on here.
Trinity Perry.
All right. There you go, sir.
Thank you so
Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, that is easy. Let's see, does it making me take a picture let's see. Yeah, it says leave at the door. So I am going to have to take a picture because this is because of this order is. I hope he's not going to get. I hope he's not going to be too upset about it. But I do have to take a picture. So, all right. So let me go do that. Yeah. Yeah. Please don't be offended by this, sir. But I have to do it because of where you're at. What I thought. This order was turned down by 4 dashers. That's why I got it. It was a $2 order, and it's a quarter for every time that it's turned down. Then when it gets to the next dasher, then it's a quarter more. That's how it works. That's what I thought. Okay, what was that say? I think part of why I have issues now as an adult is the fact that my parents never supported me what you wanted to do, growing up to support all my other siblings and me, and I want to change that. Yeah, it's a shame that, there's that's why they call it a sibling rivalry or something like, the parents, like someone else better. That's why I liked when the the Smothers Brothers, those back in the, 70s and 80s. I like the skits that they always said, oh, Mom liked you best. No, Mom liked me best. No, I liked that. But I mean, one of the books that I've got that's going to be coming out hopefully in the next year or two is called Sibling Rivalry and Sibling Love. And when I get to that book, I think that a lot of those that have siblings and the parents of those type of siblings, I think they'll understand things a little bit better from my point of view, even though I never had siblings of my own. I've always been surrounded by those who have siblings and observed how things have happened in those families who have siblings, and seen how sibling rivalry works, how sibling love works. I've seen it from both sides. That's why I wrote that book. Because there are ways that siblings can support you. There are also ways that siblings can destroy you. It's because of how they felt about you, at the time. I said, are you the older one, you the younger one, or someone in between? See, that's the thing, about my daughter. My daughter's mother is one of 9 siblings. She's one of 9 siblings. Yes, it's a big family. It's a big family, one of 9 siblings. My daughter has all kinds of cousins. All kinds. And, it said there's, some of those that in the family that, have had many relationships with all kinds of, with kids from, different, from different partners and things like that. That's just what it is. That's what my daughter is in there. And, it's like, I'm trying to teach my daughter, I said, you have to choose as to what you want to do, but you see from what your family line and all your aunts and uncles, your brother and all your, cousins and so on and so forth. I mean, she's got all kinds of cousins, and she does all kinds of cousins. When they have a family reunion, especially there were times when, when my grandson was younger, like he was 4 or 5. Oh, we got an order here. What we got? Okay, well, $6 for 5.8 miles. Well, all right, I guess. It's $1 a mile. I mean, it could be worse. Who knows? I might get an Uber. Oh well. But I'm just saying that's the one thing that I like, the fact that my daughter does have a big family. I am very blessed to know that. with her mom being one of 9 siblings, my daughter has a big family, and I do like that. I do like that about that she does have that big family. Because if there's a time that, she'll need her cousins or she'll need her brother and so on and so forth. I mean, it's like, the one thing that, because, her mom is 12 years older than me, okay? And, one thing that her mom and I agreed upon as far as, she told, her mother told her son, which is my daughter's brother, she said, I want you, Jasmine's dad, but I want you to especially look after your sister and your, your grandchildren from your sister, should I not be around anymore, because that's what the children expect. They want closeness. That's the one thing that I agree with my daughter's mom on. Closeness in the family. No division, because it is a close family. It's always been a close family, and that's the one thing that I like about it, is the fact that it is a close family. They look after one another. And I'm absolutely pleased that my daughter's a part of that.
Then, in 500 feet, turn left.
Okay. One passed away. You have a big family? Well, that's great. Yeah. It's just a blessing to know that she has a big family. And
turn left.
Okay.
Then, in 100 feet, 2,546 IN 44, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the right.
Well, with that big thing over there's no way I can park over there, so I guess I'm going to have to park here. Oh, well, I guess. All right, guys, I'm going to go pick this up, and I shall return. Okay. Okay, the bag is sealed. I'm sure they're both there, but gotta tell the truth. All right. All right. 8 o'clock. Most people should be at work. At least I would think. Guess we do 2 drawing names is the only way to do it. So I haven't had a family reunion with my grandparents in years. I said, well, Queen, I mean, it's just a suggestion, but maybe it might take you to try to try to put one together. I know that sometimes it takes the children or grandchildren to do that. Sometimes it does. Sometimes they don't even think about it. It's like, you know what? Why don't we? It said, it's been a long time since we had a family reunion. Let's just see how close we are. And there's times that my daughter has said, I said, she said to her mom one time, why? I said, how come we're not doing family reunions like we used to? And then her mom told her, I said, well, why don't you ask them to do it? And she said, okay, I will, because I like it when our family's together. Because my daughter is like that. And I'm glad, because coming from an Italian family with me, that's the way my family was. We liked that. Okay, that's way up there. All right. I figured that's where it was. All right, that's all right though. It's all good. Okay. We started to finish coffee and pack soon hard. Okay, well, thank you for stopping by, Vice Princess. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've got to go and do some packing myself here in a little bit. Got a big to take. Big trip. But I'm ready to take it. Okay, let's see. It probably would be better, since I got to go on the highway anyway. It might as well be better to go this way. All right. Big money making day. Well, I appreciate that. Like I said, Monday. Yeah, it's I don't know what to expect. I have not dashed on a Monday in the longest time, so I don't know what to expect, especially here in Shelbyville. Now that I've got Uber with me this time, I've already had one Uber order, and I haven't had an offer since. I already had and accepted that one, so maybe Uber will get a little bit busier later, hopefully. Because I'd like to combine the two and try to help, get a little bit more. That's one of the reasons why I got Uber. Okay. All right, we'll hit the directions on this.
Drive southeast on Lee Boulevard, then turn left onto State Route 44.
Excuse me, Mr. Art. No, I am not. And we do not use that kind of language on this channel. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but no, I am not. Okay. I just mentioned how I have a daughter and a grandson, so I don't think that applies. So no, we do not talk like that on this channel. I'm very sorry, Art, but please don't make assumptions that that you think are true. Okay, please don't make assumptions. Please don't go on other people's channels and assume something that may or may not be true. And in this case, it's not true. So yeah. That goes for my channel and other channels too that I follow. We would appreciate something a little bit more classier than that. Thank you.
Take the Interstate 74 West, US 421 North ramp toward Indianapolis.
I don't like to boot people off, but you got to really be careful with what you say, guys. Don't make assumptions when you don't know that person. So, I know that people have said, well, you're that way because of your voice. If you have a voice that's higher than most men, that makes you that way. No, that is not true. Okay? You don't make assumptions. You don't it's judging a book by its cover. We don't do that, guys. If you judge a book by its cover and you don't read it, you don't know what that book has to say. You're just judging it by the cover. You may open up that book and find out it's the most beautiful story you ever read in your life. And you missed out on it, and maybe you could have learned something from it, all because you made an assumption. You don't assume anything, guys. You just don't. Yeah. Exactly. You don't assume anything. Your opinion, so you may have your opinion on some things, but if you don't know that person, you don't know anything about them, you just don't say that stuff. You just don't, unless you have valuable proof. And oh my goodness, what do we got here? Man, we got a big wreck up here, guys. Well, I sure know not to come down there. Yeah. A pickup truck ran into one of the work trucks. That's not good. Man, if any Gig Life was on here, I could have shown him that. He would have been interested in seeing that one. That was a work truck, guys. that was a pickup truck and a work truck that got that got involved there. Well, I know not to come back. Not to come back on 74 going the Cincinnati route. No, I'm not doing that now. Ooh, boy, that is not good.
1 mile. Take exit 113.
Just goes to show that, workers that are out here, I said, you got to pay attention. You don't need them. If you're in such a big hurry to get where you need to go, you need to leave earlier. Because there's people that are working on these roads that really need you to respect them for being out here on the road. And,
in a half mile, take exit
because they're trying to make your roads better, trying to make it an easier commute for you. But you can't be in such a big hurry to, and be careless on the road and not pay attention to those that are on the road. I mean,
take exit 113.
That's not good.
Route 9 north toward Shelbyville, Greenfield.
Oh my, yeah. It was a work truck with one of those green, those things that dig in the ground and pick up rocks and stuff. It was a pickup truck and one of those.
Turn right onto North Riley Highway, State Route 9.
Yep. Will you stream GTA 6? No, I do not do that. I don't have that. I can recommend you a couple channels that I think do have that. Kevin,
continue for 1 mile.
Let's see, I think the channel is called I Am Brianna. She does GTA. I think she might have that. Yeah, I Am Brianna. That's the name of the channel. At I Am Brianna. She does that. Who else? I'm not remember. I know her for a fact, but there's others too. I'm just trying to remember who they are. But she is a big one on that, so I'm just gonna go over here, let these guys go by. How close am I? All right. This could be over by the golf course, is it? Is it by the golf course? I think I should do it. I said, well, that's not a game that really excites me, Kevin. Because I like to do driving for real. That's just a game that doesn't excite me. It just doesn't. Because I don't think and drive like that. I just don't. Yeah, that's just not my style. Okay. But I would suggest that you check out Brianna's channel because she does that, and I think you would be very
in a half mile, 2639 north.
You would be entertained by that channel because she has a great channel.
USA will be on the left.
Oh, it's right over here on the left. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have to slow down for these people up here. Yeah, I hate when there's addresses that are right here on the busy street. Because then you got to worry, you got to be concerned about those behind you. Are they going to be slow? Are they going to be going too fast? Or will they slow down for you?
2639 North Riley Highway. Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Okay, it's this one. Oh, it's good. They got a round driveway. All right.
My door. Front door, please.
Okay. And this is it. All right. All right. Front door. Okay, well, let's see. Okay, which door? Okay. Doesn't say. Okay. All right, guys, I'll be right back. No, $3 for 5 miles. No. No. I'm not going to do that. Not shopping for, that's almost 6 miles. I'm not shopping for 6 items for $3 going 6 miles. That's not going to happen. Can't do that. Pick a door or any door. Yeah. That's where you turn your hazard lights on. Yeah. Yeah, there were 2 doors there, and they said leave at the front door. I said, well, one door led into something, and then the other door led into somebody's home. So I picked that one door. I said, they're both front doors, so I thought I'd rather take it away from the traffic. Okay, $7 for 5.8 miles. Okay, that I will do. Okay, that's a Dunkin'. I will do that. Now, I'm not going to go on. I'm not going to go on.
South on North Riley Highway.
No, I'm not going to do that because of that accident there. So I'm going to go this way. So you're not going to tell me to get on the highway because I know there's an accident on there. So no, I'm not going to get stuck in that. See, that's why I'm glad I knew that happened. Yeah. See, but here's the one thing though, Queen. That was I was at 91%. I just got myself knocked down to 90. So I really got to be careful now. So that's what I think. Yeah. Yeah, yes, it's 6 items at Dollar General, but see, here's the problem at Dollar General. A lot of the times they don't have the things that the customer wants. And I worked myself silly to get back to 99% on that, and I don't want to ruin that, especially for an offer that's less than 50 cents a mile. It's not happening. Yeah, I got to go this way a little out of the way because I'm not going to go where that wreck is, because I'm sure that's bumper to bumper right now. I mean, that was bad. It really was. That was real bad. I just hope everyone's okay. I mean, you have just got to pay attention on the road, especially on the highway. It's the current one you're on. I said, I clearly understand the one that you declined. I said, yeah, it was, yeah. I mean, 6 items, okay? I mean, and it was $3 going 6 miles, 6.2 miles, okay? First of all, that's 50 cents a mile. And then, you're shopping for 6 items on top of that. And that's going to take a little extra time. So you're really wasting your time, not only to shop, but also, considering that Dollar General has problems with getting every order on there, and I've worked myself too hard to get up to 99% so I can get that incentive, and I don't want to ruin that by taking an offer that just first of all doesn't make sense on paper, and 2, taking a chance that they don't have everything and then getting myself knocked under again. I don't want to do that. I worked too hard to get back up there, way too hard, because I don't appreciate being punished for, an item that the merchant doesn't have. They blame the dasher because they think it's the dasher's fault that the item is not stocked up there, that you're a really poor shopper because the item isn't there. That you see, you as a dasher are a very poor shopper if you can't find the item that the customer wants. You are a really bad shopper, and we're going to treat you that way. That's not fair. Do the 2 words "sold out" mean anything to you? I mean, do they? Well, to the AI, it doesn't. The AI does not understand what sold out means. If a customer is sold out of something because I learned when I was a server, one of the supervisors said, you never tell a customer that you're out of something. You always tell them you're sold out of something. They take it differently. If it's sold out, then that means, Well, if it's sold out, then that means that, there's more than one person who's like, hey guys, look what we got coming up here. It looks like we got some deer. Let me slow down here and see, maybe, it looks like some deer. Let me slow down and see maybe if I'm right. Looked like I saw two coming over there. Let me see. Yeah. When we're here, you got to be real slow. I want to make sure. Looked like there were two deer coming over here. Let me just slow down and see if they're over here and looking at me, or if there's any that might be over there. Where are you guys at? Better be slowing down, man. There's deer walking across here. Yeah, that certainly looked like it. Yeah, there's a lot of deer that go around this area. That's one of the reasons why I try not to be here at night, because, when they see the light, then they panic. When the sun's out, it's a little different. But a lot of the deer like to be in these woods right here, over to the left. Yeah, a lot of them come from in there. And then when you go up down here, going towards more where it's going towards Rushville Road, they like to go in some woods that are over there and appear. Like all these woods over here to the left, they're always in there. I was just going to stay watch for the deer. I said, yeah. I mean, you could see them in the background. I mean, if you were to go on there and you were to stop it, and then you were to if you were to watch the replay, and then you see something in the background there, and you pause it, and then you expand the picture, you will see the deer. You will see the deer up there. I mean, they were there, I promise. It's just that, they were so far away. That's why I slowed down. I wanted to make sure that there weren't more. I mean, I saw two. I just wanted to make sure that, there weren't babies or anything. That's why I slowed down. I just wanted to make sure. I don't want, them running in front of you, because, I hit a deer a few years ago. And let me tell you something. That's rough. Good, how are you this morning? So how's the gym? Oh, welcome in. Yep, Dollar, welcome in. Hello, Heather, welcome in. Appreciate it. Yeah. Appreciate you guys doing there. I'm going to say, I have many deer on your farm. We have trail cam. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see, it was a few years ago. I was driving home from work, and, I was driving home from work one time, and, it was January. So it was, it was about 20 after 6, or maybe a little bit later than that. And, I'm coming up on this curve, and then there's these two deer, over there. And see, one of them was a buck, and I think, the other one, was a doe. And, they saw my lights, and I said, it seems like they panicked. But because the buck saw my light, he decided to run in front of me, and there was nothing I could do. I mean, I hit him, and he just, went straight up in the air and came down, and my car was completely totaled. Yep. But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I told, so I immediately called the insurance. Man, that traffic is all the way backed up. Yeah. I saw that from the highway. But, but here the way I called, it's, the DNR, the DNR and county came out to take a look and everything. And then I talked to my insurance, and my insurance had said, I told them, I said, well, a deer ran in front of me, so that's what happened. And then, when I talked about that, they were talking about, what I wanted to say to the, to the police when they came out. And the insurance agent said, well, sir, the deer wasn't at fault. You were at fault. And it's like, how am I at fault if a deer runs in front of me? I said, that's our policy. If the deer runs in front of you, you are at fault. And we will raise your rates on your insurance because you hit that deer. And I'm like, really? I told the police officer that, and he laughed, and he said, really? I mean, for a police officer to laugh at what the insurance agent said, that kind of tells you something. And I dropped that insurance immediately. I won't say what it is. I won't say who it is with respect to them. But, when they told me that, I was like, so if a deer runs in front of you and there's nothing you can do about it, you're the one that's at fault. Are you serious? Because after all that report and got everything out, they raised my rate $200. And as soon as I got that rate, I called them up and I said, I am canceling you immediately. And that was the end of that. Yeah. They said literally the woman agent told me, it said, the deer was not at fault, sir. You were at fault. Okay. You were at fault because the deer ran in front of you. And, I said, after it was said and done, I said, your rates will probably go up because you hit the deer. And it's like, I don't understand. And like I said, when I told the police officer that, he was like, he just started laughing because the insurance agent said that. And he asked me what insurance was. I gave him the insurance card, and he's like, oh. I think he knew. He said, oh. So, and then as soon as I got the next bill, I saw it was $200 more, and I called them up and I said, I just received your bill. I'm canceling you immediately. You have a great day. So then I called another agent. I told them the same thing, what they did and why I canceled that other insurance. And they were like, I'm sorry, but you got taken. And I said, yeah, that's why I canceled them. I said, we wouldn't do that to you. So I got better insurance. Yeah, and I got much better insurance now than I had with them. Okay, guys, I'm going to slow down up here, and I'm going to let you look at this. Okay? Oh, come on. If I can get up here, it's, like the trees are kind of blocking the way, but I'm going to let you, let's see. You'll see. Yep, there it is. Yep. It's hard to see because I kind of got someone behind me, but yep, it's a construction worker and a pickup truck smashed together. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, it's just going back to think about it. Like I said, when I showed the police officer my insurance, my insurance card, and I showed him who the insurance was, he was like, oh. It's like he knew that they weren't, they were kind of, he probably figured out, I said, well, they kind of are shady with their people. So, yeah, when he said that, it was like, yeah, I think you got taken, buddy. But yeah. All right. Let's go the back way to Duncan here. All right. All right, guys, we're over here at Duncan. Let's see. That one guy's gone. Is there a place to park in the front? Nope. Duncan here is kind of busy, so yeah, we'll just park over here like I did before. All right, I'll be right back. let's see where we're going with this. He's made 41 bucks so far. Oh, great. Oh, okay. This is a frequent customer. All right. And I know how to get there without having to go through a lot of mess. So, yeah. Frequent customer. Okay. Yeah, I like the frequent customers. Okay, so it's going to take me the same amount of time to get there, which either way I go. Either way I go, it's going to take the same amount of time. I think I'm going to take the back way. I think it would be better. We're going to take the back way. Tornado. Oh, is Tornado here? Sandy, welcome in, Sandy. Appreciate it. Tornado, there we go, Tornado. Yep. Mentioned you earlier, Tornado, on the stream. Yeah, we're going to get you there. We're going to get you there. Long overdue. Long overdue. Yep, Tornado Garden, guys. You know, those of you that are on here that, you know, if you have not, please check out Tornado Garden's channel. It's a great channel. Very entertaining. You will not be disappointed. Like I said, you go in there, if you're not smiling when you visit Tornado Garden's channel, I guarantee you, whether he signs off or you, you know, or whatever it is, you will be smiling big time. I guarantee it. Now, let me see if you might be able to see a little bit better of this little unfortunate situation up here. Or did they finally get it cleared out? I don't think they did, or at least part of it I think they did. But it was a mess. Okay. Let me see. Let me slow down up here. See, maybe if you guys might see over on the right. That bridge is kind of covering it a little bit. Okay, if you can kind of see on the right there a little bit where the police over there are covering up, that is a, it's hard to see with the trees there, but there was a work truck and a pickup truck that were side by side over by the bridge. Yeah, not good. I mean, I didn't want to necessarily come that way to show you that way, but I went this way because I think I would be able to get there a lot faster and, you know, a lot less traffic going this way since I know where this address is. So it'd be a lot easier to get where I need to go. Because even to get there, if I went the other way, I'd be going through a whole lot of stuff, and it's a lot easier to get back this way. And I think it's an even shorter route. Because all I got to do is turn on one street and just go straight down that street and pass the traffic light, and I'm right there at the house at the end of the first stop sign. So I already know where I'm at. All right. What a mess that was with that wreck up there. Unreal. All right. See, it's even worse when it happens on the interstate. Oh, I know. And I just think that that pickup truck was a little bit, lucky for the fact, even though it was side by side, that thing that they hit head on I said, especially if it was like one of those little shovel truck things with those spikes on the end of it, it could have been a whole lot worse than it was. You know, if they're working with construction on these roads, you know, you really got to watch it. You just do. You got to slow down, give them a chance to work, because they're trying to make the roads better for you and better for the community. And if you're in that big a hurry to get where you need to go, you know, see, especially if you're trying to get in a hurry to work or something like that, leave earlier. I always do. I always leave early. I always try to make it, you know, I always leave as early as I possibly can. The reason I do is because you don't know what could happen down the road. I mean, if you're one of those last minute that try to go to work, you know, and you're just waiting until the last minute, you don't know what's on the road. You don't know what delays you're going to do. And, you know, you could not be paying attention all because you know, I'm in a big hurry. I got to get to work. And then something like that appears in front of you. And what do? You know, and it's all because you were in a big hurry. Now, I understand there's things that we got to do. I mean, you know, and see, and that was one of the things that I didn't like about, you know, earlier back in the day when, you know, there were pizza places that, you know, everything had to be a timely thing. You know, that's why I say this time, you know, this timely stuff and these time rates and all that stuff. I mean, you're asking for trouble. You know, you're trying to get dashers in trouble for not, you know, getting stuff on time. But you got to consider traffic. You got to consider construction. You got to consider, you know, those that are working to make the, you know, community better. You know, and you're so worried about on time rate. You know, you think the customers are going to be so irate about not having their, you know, that if you're a second late, you know, you get a contract violation. I mean, you know, I said, that's awful, guys. I mean, you know, I said, you got to consider, you know, no second late is worth somebody's life. It isn't. You got to consider that. You got to be more respectful. That's why it's just, it's not fair, you know, to rate those on time. Now, I understand, like, you know, if a dasher is just, you know, wanting to stop and, you know, and, you know, maybe visit a friend or something like that on the way to take an order. Now, that I can understand. Okay, that I get. You know, but to do that when, you know, when they're, you know, if you don't consider, you know, traffic or something like that, I mean, come on, you know, that you just can't do that. All right, guys, I got right here this frequent customer. I shall return. All right. Little frequent customer. I'm going to continue with it because that is not the wrong door. They told me either porch is fine. So, all right. Ooh, they gave me more money for that. Yeah. They gave me $1 extra. Yeah, I like that. Giving me $1 extra for, you know, because they are a frequent customer. Like I said, some of these people, you know, if they see a name on here, you know, because if they know that you're the one that's delivering to them, sometimes, you know, they may, two animal control cars there. I wonder if there's some kind of animal that's out of control. Okay, let's see, which way am I getting? Oh, that's right. Okay, so I go left. All right, yeah. I want to be on Broadway Street. That's what I want to do. Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sometimes your frequent ones, if they know who you are, because like I said, when you accept an order, the customer gets a notification, and they see, they see who has your, the person's name that has the order, and the car that person is driving. And so and sometimes maybe the customer will know and say, oh, say if it's person's name and he's driving this car, okay, I know who that is. I said, I like that person who delivers to me because he's real nice and makes sure that my order is right and all that. So sometimes they'll do that. Sometimes they'll give you extra money for that. I've had that a lot of times in Edinburgh. I had a lot of frequent customers in Edinburgh. And some of them, a couple of them that saw me, that knew who I was, they said, hey, that's this guy. Yeah, he drives that, car. So I'm glad I got him. And if I continue to give them the good service, or maybe even go up and beyond, I've gotten extra tips from them because they know it was me. So Luke, hey Mary, welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, Mary, I'm going on my trip tomorrow. Just dashing here on a Monday that I never dash on. I never dash on a Monday. It's either I'm coming back from my W-2 from Sunday night into Monday, or I have to go to my W-2 on Monday night. So, I'm just doing something that I never do. Just making my final preparations to go on my Oklahoma trip starting tomorrow. And I'm kind of going to make it probably a 2-day trip because I don't want to be driving all that way all in one day. Just going to drive maybe 7 hours a little bit, and then the other 4 hours the next day. Because that's a long time to drive half the day, to get there. Because you don't know how the traffic will be. Hey, Sonny, I'm going to be there. Like I said, I'm going to be there tomorrow. And I already talked to Ray. I said, you'll be KC area? I'm thinking about Lee's Summit. Because Lee's Summit is closer to where I need to go to Oklahoma. Ray was on earlier, and I talked to him about it. And he said, he might, with the stuff that Wendy's got to go through, he'll probably be there tomorrow. So if you want to come by there and join us, yeah, that'd be great. He said Ray told me a few minutes ago. Okay. Yeah, I'll be up there. I'll be up there somewhere. It's going to be in the afternoon, maybe around 4 or 5 o'clock or something. I don't know. It just depends. Depends on traffic. And because I also wanted to stop and see Keeping It Real Charles. I was planning to see him too because he would be the first stop over there because he's going from Illinois to Minnesota because he's just a few minutes away from the Illinois Missouri line. So I would be passing through his area first, and then then I'll be able to do this. Okay, 4 to 5, you might be able to do that. Okay, yeah, it's I said Ray and I will talk about it, but I think it's going to be Lee's Summit that I'm going to be going to because that's closer. Because if I came up more your area, that's going more northwest when I need to go more southwest. And Lee's Summit's a little bit closer to where I'm going in Oklahoma than going from Kansas City. Yeah, it'll be around that time. Yeah, I can't wait to do that because, then that way I said, I like the idea that we can, meet each other and just say, Big 3 meets Sunny Chronicles, Big 3 meets Dashing Womble, and so on and so forth. I want to be able to do that. I want to be able to go travel around the country, and do that with everyone because, I like, it's like to do nice little meetups in person so that, you don't just know them behind a camera, you know them in person. And it's a lot better to know someone in person than it is to know just on a camera. Yeah. You have so much catching up to do around the house. And yes, I understand. They'll go off on your route too far. And I said, well, No, I just, I was looking at how I could work that out, because I mean, from where I am to Oklahoma City is 11 hours. Okay. And yes, I do gain an hour going there because I'm going from Eastern Daylight Time to Central Daylight Time. When I get when I get to that certain part of Illinois, that's where I'll be. It'll be Central Daylight Time once I get into Illinois. And then, I go from there. So going there, I'll gain an hour. Leaving there, I'll lose an hour. So that's why I say. So I would say I would probably be getting there, even though it probably would be 5 your guys' time, it would be 6 my time. So that's probably what I would be, because I'm thinking about leaving at probably around 7 in the morning, maybe a little earlier than that. So yeah. Yes, it's fun to meet people in person. Yeah. Well, it can be funny too. I mean, especially if you're having enjoying a good time. What's going on, Uber? I haven't heard from you. What you got going on? Nothing yet. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, just dashing on a Monday. I'm not sure what to expect here. Okay. Yeah, I haven't made, a whole lot today. I mean, like I said, it's Monday. I don't know what to expect. I haven't dashed on a Monday in a long time. I got 26 on, on DoorDash, and I got 12 on Uber, so $38. Not great, but, But since I haven't dashed on a Monday in a while, I didn't know what to expect, so... I know at 10 o'clock when the dash is over, I've got... like a couple of places that I've got to go and check a couple things out, do my finishing touches to get ready. I got to finish laundry, finish packing, getting some things ready to go, and make sure that I've got those that'll be, that are watching my kitties, because I can't take them with me. So, because I would love to, but there's no way that I can do that, so... You could expect it either. Hey, Unparalleled, welcome in. Appreciate that. Unparalleled, you see those that are in blue? Great channels. Do I multi-up? Yes, I do. I have DoorDash and Uber Eats. I have them both. In fact, earlier on my stream, I did a dirty stack. Yeah, I had a Starbucks order in my car that I was getting ready to deliver in a trailer park, and when I was entered that trailer park, I got an Uber offer. So it was a good Uber offer, so I went ahead and took it. So I had a DoorDash in my car, accepted an Uber offer, and you know how it is, Uber expects you to go right away. Well, I was still looking for the house that I had to deliver the Starbucks DoorDash from. So I delivered that, got in and went to my Uber. And so there was a dirty stack, it counts. Hey, Dardania, welcome in. Spark, Instacart? No, I do not have Spark or Instacart. That's waiting list. Yeah. Speaking of Instacart, here in Shelbyville, there's a guy that was waiting for a Pizza Hut order one time. And, we got to talking. We were talking about those apps. And he said he finally got onto Instacart, but it took him 3.5 years waiting on a waiting list for Instacart. 3.5 years. That's a long time just to get on Instacart. You run 2 phones. Yeah, I run 2 phones too. I'm running one phone to, to live stream, and the other phone to do my 2 apps. So, I mean, I can run both Uber Eats and DoorDash on these apps. All I got to do is just, hit the button, and there you go. I think it's wonderful you'll be able to meet people in person. Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I want to do it all around the country. I mean, all of those that I watch and follow, I would like to be able to meet in person at some point. It's one thing to see each other on camera. It's another thing to see each other in person. You want to see who the real person is behind, in person, rather than just what you see beyond the camera. I mean, I'm ready to go to Georgia at one time and, and see Chuck dashing across America. I wanted to be able to do that. Yeah. I want to see the one who is responsible for helping me start my channel, because this channel would not exist if it was not for his. And, I am where I am today because of him. My, all my dashes and my customer ratings are all way better because of him, because I learned everything from him. And I basically, a lot of people say, well, you're silly for thinking that way, but no, I give all the credit to him. And why do I give all the credit for him? Because when I watched him do all his dashes and everything, it made me a better person. And it made me want to start my channel. And I give him the credit for wanting me to start my channel because I watched how he did everything, and I've become a better person because of watching him. That's why he gets all the credit. It's because I became a better person by watching him. Yeah. You going 300 a day? 300 a day? What do you mean, $300 a day? I can't really do $300 a day, not in these small towns that I dash in. It's hard to do 300 a day. It's hard to do 200 a day. Not to say that I can't do it, because I have done 200 a day. But hey, Jay Twist, welcome in. Yeah, welcome in, Jay Twist. Appreciate you joining. Yeah, having just dashing on a Monday morning that I hardly ever dash. I never dash on a Monday, ever. The reason is, I can't dash on a Monday because if I come back from my W-2 from Sunday night into Monday, well, I got to sleep that Monday morning. Then if I know I got to go, on the next week when my schedule rolls over, if I'm scheduled that Monday night, I got to sleep during the day. So I cannot dash. So, because I'll lose sleep and I got to have the sleep to work. So this is just a rarity to dash on a Monday. Here, we're going to turn that down. And we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, 54 degrees. Amazing. Yep, it is September, though. Still going to Oklahoma? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will be on my way there. I'm probably going to do that 2 days. Because there's some gigtubers that I really would like to meet tomorrow. 4 in particular. And trying to work that out. Because Oklahoma from here, you're talking 11, almost 12 hours, even though you gain an hour. So, yeah, that's a long trip. How do you accept puberty? Well, first of all, Jada Noten, if you're talking about puberty, may I ask, how old you are? Because you have to be 18 years old to be on here. Yeah, you have to be 18 years old. So that is, that is the rule. That's not my rule. That's YouTube's rule. Okay. If I say it's not made for kids, then you have to be 18 years or older to, to be on this platform and in this. You're in Tulsa, really? Well, that's where I'm going, Jay Twist. Maybe I can meet you too. You're in Tulsa. All right. I'm going to a conference in Tulsa. Just tell me, just tell me where, where you'll be. Gosh, that'll make what, 5? Yeah. First it'd be Charles. Then I'm trying to work that out with him, because he's on the borderline between Minnesota and between Missouri and Illinois. Then Ray and Wendy, and then Sonny, and now maybe Jay Twist. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Send you an email. You have the email link on your channel. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to let you know when I'll be there, man. Yeah, that'd be great to meet you too. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Big 3 goes on the road and meets all the gigtubers that he watches and follows. That's awesome, guys. And I encourage everybody who has channels to do that, whether it's dual live streams or going and meet in person, because I guarantee you, those who, visit certain channels that don't visit yours, you'll gain all those people from all those channels, and everybody wins. That's what I like about dual streams and meeting other gigtubers. Everybody wins. We're all in this together. That's what I like. Ray is awesome. Yes, he is. Very. I mean, I'm always, especially those that visit from the UK and Australia and all that, I always try to recommend to go to his channel because of how entertaining his channel is. I mean, he could just stay up all night and tell stories. I had someone come in from the UK the other day and I said, there is somebody from the UK? I said, yes. I said, Dashing Womble, you need to go visit his channel. He'll talk to you about the UK all night long. He's one of those that'll stay up all night to talk to you if you let him. Yeah. You were in Missouri to meet up with Ray. I wish I could have been there. I really wanted to be there on that day. It's just, it's just this conference that's in in Tulsa that I'm going to be going to. We were scheduled at that time, but yeah, send an email. Okay, it's in your channel. Okay, I will do that. I will definitely. And the email that I will send you, it's the letters of my first book. It's all the letters of my first book. I mean, the book is not printed. It's words of all those letters, but it's all the letters of my first book. If that makes sense. So when you see that, then you'll know that's who I am. But man, this will be awesome. Yeah. I'm ready to do this, guys. I mean, I just think, going on the road, first of all, you're going on the road, and visiting places, especially I've never been to Oklahoma. I've never been, I may be visiting Arkansas. I don't know. I've never been to these places before. I just feel like, just like I bring it up all the time. It's like Willie Nelson's song, going places that you've never been and seeing things that you may never see again. It's, yeah. And I'm just going on the road is going to be fun. And it really is. I've never been to Oklahoma. I want to see what Oklahoma's like. I want to maybe dash there to see what it's like there. You love road trips. Yeah. Yeah, because eventually what I'm going to end up doing is, especially when I'm doing these Big Ten schools, I want to go and visit I'm going to go and visit all 18 of the Big Ten schools, because when all my books get done, I'm going to be speaking about a different book to each of those colleges, because I want those young ones in those colleges to understand where my books come from. Because when you're that age, you're just starting college or something like that, and you're young, like your late teens, early 20s, that's the time to where you're going to be learning. You're basically getting started on your own, and you're learning to make decisions. The decisions that you make at that point determine where your life goes. And each of the books that I write from the very first of this, because I have 7 books of an original series that, I have basically 10 of them written already. I'm just trying to save up to try to get them all published, but I'm just taking my time getting to all that done. And each of the books that I'm going to write, and I'm going to have at least 18, because the original series has 7, and then I have spin-offs from different characters, to create other books, to which the original characters from the original series will appear in those books as cameo guest stars. That's how I did it. But each of these books has a certain message. And I will explain that message to that particular university when I go visit it. And because, now it's 18 colleges instead of the original 10, they're all over the place. And because they're all over the place, then that gives me an opportunity when I'm traveling to go visit these, to go visit these gigtubers that I watch and follow. Because if I know where they are, then I can go visit them. Because that's my plan, is to go visit all these colleges and speak, a particular book, at center court on their basketball court to do that. Because I love the Big Ten, I love when they challenge one another. That's why I did a Big Ten series last year, dashing. I'm going to do that again this year, but I'm going to include you guys in it because it's going to be an opportunity for those to win prizes, especially, now that, I got past the 500. I'm going to create memberships, and then if you're a member of the channel and you want to get in on that contest, you got a chance to win some money out of it. because I want to make it that way. I want to make it exciting. It was exciting for me to do it by myself because it was a challenge to myself. But now that I did it that way, I'm going to do it differently this year because it's going to be more fun. Now that I got Uber Eats, it's going to make it even a little bit more fun because you don't know how Uber Eats is going to be. Hey, Edit Master, welcome in. Hey, Carson, welcome in. Yes, thank you, Carson. Appreciate that. Yes, sir. All right. Yeah, when everybody says that it's slowly, where am I going? Oh, I'm just sitting here waiting on order here. I've got two apps going on. I've got I got DoorDash going on, and I also have Uber Eats going on. I got both of them going on right now. I'm just waiting on an order. I've never dashed on a Monday. I haven't dashed on a Monday in a very long time, so I don't know what to expect. Is it going to be a decent Monday or is it going to be a manic Monday? I don't know. So far, from what it looks like, it's going more toward the manic side because it's slow. So, I mean, even though it's slow, you never know. You just never know. So, I mean, since I haven't dashed on a Monday, there's all kinds of different towns. Your 22 Spark order, okay, too. Man, I can't wait to get on Spark. And I can get those. The only thing is the only thing that I didn't miss when that I don't miss when Spark was, before it came Spark, that DoorDash had it, was the .com orders, which means you had 8, sometimes 10, 11, 12 different stops you had to do. And it took 1 to 2 hours to go to every stop. That I don't miss. It's so cool. I can't wait for you to publish them. I said, well, I've got one out right now, Stephanie. It's on Amazon.com. It's the original book that I wrote a long time ago. I mean, I started writing that in 2011. And, finally got it published in 2023. And it's on Amazon right now because it took a trip to Mississippi, to where I met somebody in a bookstore who led me to this publisher that I have. And, like I said, it takes, you're one person away from your dream coming true. It took me going to Mississippi where I'd never been before. Something told me to go there that year, to see what Mississippi had to offer. Because, I just wanted to go down there to see what the ocean was like. And, because I like the ocean, I like watching that. I said, well, something told me, hey, go visit Mississippi this year. Okay, so I did, and then I go to this bookstore, and then I meet this lady in the bookstore, and, just wanted to see, what that bookstore had to offer because it was on the way. And because I'm a writer. And so then I see something on over by your cash register about a publisher. So I talked to her about it, and she goes, yeah, that's my great friend. We worked in the service together. And, why don't you give her I said, write to her, give her a call or something like that, and tell her you got a book that you want to publish. So I did, and never looked back then. So my book got published, and it's on the shelf right now in Amazon.com. Yeah. Well, you have full control of what you really want to take and when you really don't. You can see what items you're picking up and what not, minus the orders. Okay. What's the name? Okay, the series name, because you can look at it up either way. The series name is called From Lost to Faith and Family. Okay, notification, I do not have Super Chat, so I do not have that set up. So I'm sorry, I have to delete you because that is not true, because I do not have that set up. So I have to delete you. I'm sorry. Okay. I do not have that set up yet, so that can't be true. All right. Well, anyway, it's the series name is From Lost to Faith and Family. That is the series name. The first book is called One Piece Leads to 8. Okay. One Piece Leads to 8. Okay. And when you read that, you'll see what I mean. You'll know what the 1 means, and you'll see the 8 in there. You'll see what both of those mean, but you got to read the whole entire book to see the meaning of that and why it was titled that. Yeah. You'll know what the 1 is, you'll know what the 8 is, but you got to read the whole entire series to see that. I mean, the whole entire book, I mean, to see what the 1 is, what the 8 is, and why that was titled that way. New Zealand, there you are. Yeah, welcome in. Yeah. I had a couple from New Zealand that came, that was in my live stream earlier today. Yeah. Like 41. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that, guys. I appreciate the, all the likes. Thank you. I just wish we had a few more orders, but hey, it's Monday. I don't know what it's like to dash on Monday, so I don't know. Let's see, we still got to, we'll just do a little pause here, and then we'll just do that again. But yeah, I mean, Monday, it's been a while. It's been like almost over a year since I've dashed on a Monday. So, I mean, of all the towns that I dash in now, I don't even know what town is good to dash in on a Monday. But I stayed here because I've got some things I need to do. I have some final touch-ups, some places I got to visit, make sure my car is in good position. Say, True, what's your best days? New Zealand? Okay, here's how it works. Okay, and I tested this when I wasn't living in Shelbyville. I tested this one with the old Big 3 back in. I decided, I knew Edinburgh was not a place to dash because there hardly anything was in the morning and it never started until 7:30 anyway. So I picked between Franklin and Columbus. Okay, I found that Tuesdays and Thursdays were best in Franklin instead of Columbus because I tested those days. Tuesdays and Thursdays when I dashed in Franklin, I did better. If I dashed Tuesdays and Thursdays in Columbus, I didn't do so good. Okay. Then I tested Friday, and Sunday, in Franklin. I mean, yes, I did well in Franklin on Sunday, but in Friday, I didn't do so well in Franklin. But then when I went to Columbus, okay, I did well in Columbus on Friday, and I also did well in Columbus on Sunday too. So, I mean, it was pretty much a toss-up on that day, but I found I did better in Columbus on Sunday than I did in Franklin. Then when I came here, okay, there were certain days that, were good here in Shelbyville. I mean, it's kind of slowed down a lot now because, they've hired more dashers. I don't know why, but they did. So that's why I hardly ever dash here now, is because there's a lot more dashers here now than there were when I started coming here after I moved here last year. So then I picked between Greenfield and Greensburg, okay? So I found there's certain days that I do well in Greensburg, and then I found out that on Fridays, if I go to Greenfield, I do really well in Greenfield on Friday. So, yeah, you just gotta test it. You gotta test each market and see, go there on a certain day and see how well you do, because you never know. You never know. Some days you do well and some days you don't. There's Sonny. Welcome in. All right. I'm going to take this out of here and plug this up because if I'm waiting on an order, I gotta charge that up a little bit because I'm going to be dashing probably until I'll be taking a little break, around 10 o'clock because remember at 10 o'clock, it's like Dashing Across America said, too late for breakfast, too early for lunch. So, but I'm kind of sitting here right now because I'm away from the sun because I don't want my phone to bake in the sun. So I try to do that. Just wait and see. So you have a great trip. You got to go. Well, Stephanie, I appreciate you. Appreciate you joining. I will be doing, I'm not sure when I will go live on those days. If I'm with Dash and Womble or if I'm with Charles or with, Sonny or any of them. I will go live at that time, and you will see the live will be called Big 3 Meets whoever that may be. So, and I will go live, even if it's a short live, it'll be Big 3 Meets, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And then I may do a dash or two in Oklahoma. If I do, then, I want to show everybody what it's like to dash in Oklahoma, away from like 700 miles away from where you are. I'd like to be able to do that. Yeah. So, let's see, but benefits get paid on Monday nights and Wednesday too. Yeah, Monday Night Football. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I forgot there is Monday Night Football, but see, I'm getting ready to leave in the morning, so I don't think I would be able to dash tonight. So that's why I'm dashing now, just to see. I'm only dashing now because places that I'm going to be visit, they don't open till 10 o'clock. So that's why I've got to, I'm just going to take a short break, go do a couple things at 10 o'clock, and then resume around 10:30, 11. So, can you get a mod? Well, see, the way it works, New Zealand, I say, let's see, you've only been on a couple times. The way that the mods work, okay, and it's not, it's the way it works is this. You have to visit my stream a few times, and I really would like to see you on other streams too. Okay, because this is a community thing. Okay, it's not, it's nothing personal on anybody. It's just how we like to do stuff. Because, if I know that if you have certain people who accept who you are and know that you're true and that you're not a troll and all that stuff, then like I said, if we all agree that that you deserve mod, then we'll all mod you. Okay, that's how it works. It's not just me, it's other channels too. Okay, that's just how we do it. It's nothing personal or anything like that, but you got to visit a few times, and I would like to see you on other channels. And if they say you're good to mod and they mod you, then when you come back, I will mod you. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, I mean, I'm not a respecter of persons. Okay, I will treat everybody the same. Okay, it doesn't just go for you, it goes for everybody. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, when you do things for people, you can't be a respecter of persons. That's why I support everybody's channel. Okay, I don't have favorites. I do it to everyone because I'm not a respecter of persons. That's how we do it. Yeah, so it's easy to link up and support. Yes, I agree with that. But yeah, it makes it easier for me to support other people's. Right, I agree with that. Okay, I'll say, have you, New Zealand, just let me ask you this question. You say, have you visited other streams, especially those in blue? Have you done that? Okay, I mean, I'm just asking, okay? I'm not prying or anything like that. I'm just asking, have you done that? Okay? Okay, because I like to keep true to my word, okay? Have you visited other channels? Okay, have you done that? Okay, and if you have, then if I see you on that channel, and like I said, and they say, hey, I like this guy, yeah, he's good to, or this person, whoever this person is, I said, hey, they're good enough to mod, then we all do it. We all do it. We do it as a group. Okay, that's how it works. Okay. Because then there will be others, because if I don't say that like that, there will be others in the chat say, hey, this person got a mod and I didn't, and they did all that kind of stuff. That's because you can't be a respecter of persons. You got to be true to your word, and you have to say, hey, if I'm going to say it to this person, I'm going to say it to that person too, and you have to be true to your word. That's just me. You did the first time you came in. Okay. I said, I'm just asking, New Zealand, what other channels have you visited? Okay, I'm just asking. I'm not trying to pry or make anything look bad. That's all I'm asking. Okay. Because before I give anybody mods anymore, and that's going for a lot of these channels now. Okay. We're all going that way because, there's some that have not been on the up and up. Yeah. And I'm just doing that because there's someone that I watch and follow to where, when you do the mods thing, somebody abused that privilege and then they had to close out their channel because that a privilege got abused. That's why I'm asking that question. You commented two of your mods. Okay. Has anyone made you blue? Okay. Has anyone made you blue? I'm just asking. Okay. I'm just asking. Because if they have, then I will. Okay. I'm just saying, have you gone to their channels and done that? Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Okay, I mean, it's not like I'm not trying. Like I said, I'm not trying to make this look like it's something that it isn't. All I'm doing is like with all of us anymore, because of what happened to this person. we got to make sure that everybody's on the up and up. It's hard cause you had to leave and search. Okay, right. Okay, I understand that. You know, I do understand that. But, you know, I'm just, if I know that some, you know, I said, if you visit my channel, I know you're on those other channels, then I will give it to you. Okay? Because we do it as a community thing. That's how we do it. But I have to be true to my word. And it's, you know, I said, you know, because what happened to this one individual, like I said, I will not mention that name because with respect to them, okay? I'm just saying that, you know, someone abused the privilege and that channel had to be, you know, they had to start over, okay? Thanks, Kiwi. Yeah, there's Tornado. Okay, yeah. New Zealand, have you visited Tornado and subscribed to him? He's the one that needs subscription and watch hours right now. So yeah, he's definitely the one that I mentioned earlier. Those of you that are on here, Tornado Garden, he's the one we got to get him to 1,000 guys. He's getting very close, and the time is now. The time is now. You got to hang out for a while before you're a mod. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying for Tornado. He does that on his channel too. He doesn't just mod anyone. You know, he doesn't just mod anyone. You know, it's proof of trust. That's what it is. It's proof of trust. Okay, because when we mod people, we do not want you to abuse the privilege. Okay, that's what happened to this one individual. Okay, you know, the privilege was abused and that person had to start over. And, you know, that's why I say you have to, you know, if you're going to be a mod, you got to be a full-time, you know, awesome supporter for not just my channel, but for others too, because we do it as a community thing, and Tornado can, can vouch for that, because he's a part of a community that, that I followed every single day, and we all feel the same way. That's just how we do things now. See, I like commenting on their channels. I have joined their lives. I expected them to support me back. Okay. All right. So you already doing this through respect, manners, and respect. Okay, New Zealand. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm going to okay. Since you have said that, school teacher, what a beautiful sight it is. Yes, thank you, school teacher. I appreciate that. Yeah, you've got beautiful skies right here. It's just unfortunately we don't have any orders right now, but it is a Monday, so I don't know. See, why do you sit around waiting for orders? I mean, I'm not going to sit around all the time. I am going to get up and move around because I don't sit in there. It's just I don't want the sun baking on my phone, but I will move around. Now you can shop the produce items. All right, New Zealand. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Okay, if I do this, I really would like for you, like I said, if you have commented and saying you do respect and all that, I said, if I do this to you, I said, I really would like, for you to, I said, continue the support, but I would like for you to, to go to other channels, and I would like to see you on other channels. Okay, I really would like to do that. Okay, so, see, I'm going to put my trust in that you will, that you will be respectful to this channel and other channels too that I recommend to you, okay? Because I don't do this to everybody, but I'm not a respecter of persons, okay? And I will never be a respecter of persons. But unparalleled, I'm going to get ready to move here, okay? Okay, number one supporter for New Zealand. Okay, algorithms. Yep. All right, New Zealand. There you go. Okay. All right. So I'm going to move around unparalleled. Okay. I'm going to move around. It's algorithms. Yes. But this is a Monday. Okay. I've never dashed on a Monday. I don't know what to expect. Okay. Or I not say I've never dashed on a Monday. I just haven't done it. But okay. But there you go. Okay. drive 3 miles. Oh, by the time I get here, I told your moms I get dropped at sea. Okay, there you go, New Zealand. There you go. Okay. Sit for 10 to 15. I even did your trick, Tornado. It's like, I paused it and then unpaused it, and now I'm moving around. It is 9:30. Okay, we'll just do that again. We'll do it for a minute. Then we'll just drive around. Maybe I'll do a little circle. You're welcome. Okay? You're welcome. Okay. But for all of you guys in there, like I said, we just, because of certain things on here, certain things that have happened in the community, it's a matter of trust. Okay? That's what it is. All right? Because we do not want happening what happened to that individual. Okay? You got to be true to your word that you will be respectful to my channel and all other channels too. Be our supporters. Yes. So you wouldn't think that you're done delivering for another company. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's your minute. Okay. Yeah, see, it even says 19 minutes before the order, before your next order. So there you go. So I'll just drive around, maybe in a little circle, just sit up here. I'll just go up here, sit here for a few minutes, drive all the way back up here again. Okay, I did that little trick to where you pause for a minute and a half, and then try again. But you got to consider the time. It's 9:30 in the morning. You're getting close to the point to where it's too late for breakfast, too early for lunch. The only things that you would be good around this time would be shopping orders. Now that I'm at 99%, I can sit over here. Here's Aldi right here. I could get a good Aldi order and just change the whole complexion of the day. Now that I'm back to 99%. So. And you can pick one up for 19 minutes. You turn the phone off, not pause. No, I'm pausing the orders, not the phone. Because I've tried it when you pause the orders, and it does. But you got to consider the time of day, though, too. The time of day is 9:30. You're getting close to too late for breakfast, too early for lunch. So, and my dash is going to end at 10 o'clock. Then I'm going to take a 30-minute break, go take a couple of things, do a couple of things. I'll still keep Uber on, though. Because I keep Uber on all day. So, DoorDash is one thing, but, I will keep Uber on. So, because Uber you can do at any time. So, I'll be taking care of my things, but I will still have Uber on. If I'm going and taking care of a little, just a short errand, but I get an Uber order, I will definitely come back to the car and say, hey, I got an Uber order, so we're going to go. So, that's what I'm going to do. Goth Girl, welcome in, Goth Girl. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. And if you're giving me pointers, unparalleled, if you're giving me pointers on how to do it, I appreciate it. Okay. I'm just trying to, like I said, I haven't dashed on a Monday in a long time. And I'm not sure that this was really the town to dash in on a Monday. There was other towns that I really wanted to go in, but I've got some errands that I've got to run in this town, which is why, when I take my 10 o'clock break for a half hour, I want to, be around here, then like I said, if I get an Uber order, then, I say, hey, I'm going to come back and say, hey, I got an Uber order. We're going to go take it. So, because I've never dashed with Uber in this town at this time of day. I haven't done it. So we're just going to go sit over here for a few minutes away from the sun, because there's a few places here I could get orders. just got to consider the time of day. But yeah, I mean, it's for all of us that I watch. I mean, there are those that'll sit and wait for orders for a while. They'll move around. It just you just got to consider the time of day. You got to consider where you're at. And you got to consider what day it is too. I mean, some days are better than others. The last time I dashed on a Monday. I can't even remember that day, what I did that day. I think it was just as slow as this day was. I mean, Monday is like, everybody's just getting back into things. They probably spend a lot of money on Sunday with, Sunday football. And, I think people spent their money on the weekend. And then when they start the week, they don't, really spend as much. Like Monday and Tuesday are probably two of the slowest days. Then when Wednesday comes in, then going towards the weekend, then they're a little bit better spenders. Yeah. I mean, I didn't, I could consider Monday Night Football, but because I'm leaving in the morning for Oklahoma, I'm probably not going to end up dashing tonight. So, but yeah, I'm planning to go do some lives. I'm hoping to meet all those gig tubers that I'm getting ready to, to meet along the way, and, do some short lives on that so that everybody can see, hey, Big Three meets so-and-so. And it'll be a spur of the moment thing because I don't know when I'll get there. So, what was that? Customer gave me an extra $1 on my Uber order earlier today. Okay. Yeah, it said congratulations, you received an extra $1.50 on your Uber order of the day. So instead of 12, I got 13. That's why I say, guys, give your best service that you can. That's what you got to do. Give your best service. Because you never know. When customers appreciate your service, they'll give you a little extra. I wasn't expecting that dollar, whatever it is that I got. I wasn't expecting that. It just shows give your best service, your best smile. When you're doing service, doesn't matter what it is. Saint Works, your food's cold. I said, well, I haven't done an order in a while, Saint Works. So, yeah, how can it be if I haven't had an order since, it was at least 40 minutes ago. So I don't know how that could be. I mean, it wouldn't be me. That'd be someone else. Appreciate you joining, but yeah, how could your food be cold when I haven't done an order in a while? Yeah, it's even saying 18 to 28 minutes. But yeah, the next order, the last place that was, when it says these previously busy hotspots, these hotspots are only listed as where the last orders came from. Doesn't necessarily mean that if you park there, you're going to get an order. It's just where the last orders came from. So I never pay attention to that. Yeah, I don't ever pay attention to hotspots. You just drive around, you do your thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, since there's what's going on, I'm going to do a little circle. So that's what we'll do. We'll do a little circle and come back around this area. So that's what we'll do. We'll just take this back street, drive around in the circle, and maybe I'll get something from the circle. So let's go do that. I'll show unparalleled that we'll be able, that we can move around and see if we get something. See, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to get Uber, is because places that don't do DoorDash may do Uber. And that's why if I, signed up and got Uber, I might get something that DoorDash doesn't do. just like that pilot pizza that I had today. You know, that was Uber. I said, DoorDash doesn't do that. Uber does. Oh, there we go. $6 for 5.2 miles. All right. And it's only one item at Aldi. Okay, well, we'll do that. All right. Just one item, I can do that.
Drive east.
Okay.
Then turn right onto Lee Boulevard. Drive northwest. Then make a left U-turn.
Okay, so that little trick worked then. Okay. Who's next? Okay. Tornado sub, like, you know, 950 likes.
Boulevard.
Yeah, guys. Yep. Let's get Tornado there. Yep.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Progress Park.
Going on a campaign to get teacher. You know, what a beautiful sight. Yep, we're getting over here. All right, I'm gonna go shop at Aldi here. Just one item, and that's it. Just one item. That's all they want. I can only imagine what that item might be. So that means I won't need to take a quarter, because if it's one item, I won't need a cart. But I always keep one quarter with me, just in case. I always keep one.
In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Range Road. Turn right onto Range Road. Then turn left.
All right.
Turn left.
Okay.
In 400 feet, turn right. Turn right. Then, in 60 feet, 2695 East Range Road, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA will be on the left. Drive west. Then
Okay.
turn right.
Nope, right here is just fine. Okay, guys. I will be right back. I only need one item, so see what that item is. Just some donuts. All right, be right back. Real easy, in and out in less than 5 minutes. Can't get any better than that. Yes, unparalleled. I got an Aldi order. I just picked it up. Real easy Aldi order. Don't really care for the miles on it. It's $6 for 5.1 miles. Not the greatest offer in the world, but we'll go ahead and take it. Where are we going? Okay. It's a gravel lot. That means it's off of a country road. Okay. I've never seen this. Yeah. Faster than 19 minutes. Yeah, all I had to do was walk in Aldi, just go like just down the one aisle when I first walk in the door, and the product's sitting right there that they want, only one, and just had one person to wait for at the checkout, and then only one item. All I needed is an item and a bag to put it in, and it was in and out of there in 5 minutes. All right, how do you want me to go? Let's see.
Drive southeast on Range Road, then turn right onto Progress Parkway.
All right.
In 500 feet, turn right onto State Road 44.
Okay.
Turn right onto State Road 44.
So I don't know this place here. I've never delivered on this street, on this particular street. I don't ever remember seeing this street name. I thought I was getting on the highway to get there, but apparently not, so I don't know. All right.
Continue for 2 miles.
All right, so I need to be over there. Okay. Yep. Yeah, that little trick of Tornado Gardens worked. You just got done checking out your order too. See, I like that. I mean, even though this was more miles than I really wanted to, to drive on this one, at least I was able to just go in there, get the order, and be done with it. Yeah. Real easy. Yep, faster than 19 minutes, yep. Just trying to keep my shopping right at, above 99%. That's the way I gotta do it. Then, maybe at some point, the next Aldi order I get, maybe $30 or more. Can't wait for that. Says 10 minutes. Maybe it's closer than I think. I just don't remember seeing that street name though. About to take your sweater off. It was chilly this morning. Now it's getting warm. Yeah, Queen. Yeah, from what I understand, it's gonna start being summer-like weather again. High 80s in a couple of days. That's what I've heard. That the high 80s are coming back. I mean, it's still not officially autumn on the calendar yet. But it will be in 12 days, so that's why I was hoping that we could get Tornado Garden to his 1,000 before the actual autumn season begins. Autumn season on the calendar, that is, not according to retail.
Turn left onto South Harrison Street, State Route 9.
Queen sub likes 170 comments. Then please return 4 back to you. All right.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Colescott Street.
I always laugh every time they say that. That's not how you pronounce the street name. It's funny. On to who's next. Like I said, you got to visit for a few times. You got to go visit other channels that I recommend, especially in blue.
Turn right
If they
onto
trust
Colescott
you,
Street,
then I can
State
trust
Road
you.
44.
Because we work together. We're all in this together. That's my slogan. We're all in this together. We are supposed to be.
Continue on State Road 44 for 1.5 miles.
Oh, okay. It's going towards Franklin. No wonder. Okay, it's going towards Franklin. All right. No wonder I don't remember that street. Well, that's perfect. So, because I'm going to be doing that. Okay. See, I know I don't post much, but when I do, it's either interesting I found, or it's just don't know what to talk about and still learning. So, yeah. And I got real life stuff going on, so it's going to take me a little bit of time at the same time. Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you a couple of channels that I haven't seen for a while that that Queen has been affiliated with. One is Dashing with John, and the other is at Larry Lagland Jr., or I say Larry Legend, I guess they call him on the Dashings. Yeah, a couple of great channels. I haven't seen either one of them for a while. So yeah, let's Anthony, just out of curiosity, what's the advantage of being a mod? The advantage of being a mod, let me tell you, Anthony. I appreciate you joining, by the way, in Dardania. The advantage of being mod is this: is that if you have a channel and you're looking for subscribers, or you're looking for subscribers or watch hours or both. The advantage of being a mod is that when someone comes on a channel, and they need a subscriber or watch hours or whatever the case may be, you can click on that channel name if you're blue, and you could subscribe to that channel without having to go through the loopholes of doing the HTTPS stuff. You don't have to do all that. All you got to do is just click on that channel name and then subscribe to that channel just like that. That's one of the advantages of being a mod. And if someone gets out of hand on the chat that you're on and they're saying stuff they shouldn't say, then you have the power to delete that person on that channel or delete their comment. That's what you can do. You see, the one channel I do not recommend, channel same full of negativity that don't like, and that's your personal. Yeah, I mean, there's just certain things that I don't like either. What in the world are they doing there? All that smoke. Doing something, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I mean, I don't really follow Pedro that much. I mean, I've seen some of his posts, but I really don't follow him. Because I'm like with you, Queen. I mean, he has a lot of negativity on his channel, and I try to stay away from that. I try to stay away from those channels that that thrive on negativity and talking about people and stuff like that. No, I try to stay away from that, because that's just not what that's just not something that I want to be involved in. I mean, I like to talk about positivity. I like being positive about things. I like to talk good things about people, because there's good in everybody, and you just got to find it. You got to search their heart and maybe get them to search their own heart and see they really are,
Turn
you know,
right
better
onto West
than what they
McKay
think
Road,
they are.
State Route 44.
Just 2 minutes, so I guess it's really not that far. Yeah, it's just like I said, it's no wonder I've never even heard of this street. So I hardly ever turn over here when I'm dashing here, so I don't even know where it is. This is the first
In
that
a
I've
half
seen.
mile, turn left onto Tucker Road.
So it's right off this road. I didn't know that. Well, you learn something new every day, I guess. Especially a street that I've never turned on before. Never even heard of this street over here.
Turn left onto Tucker Road, then turn right. Turn right. Then, in 200 feet, 2133 South Tucker Road, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA will be on the right.
Oh, this church? Okay.
2133 South Tucker Road, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176,
The customer
USA is on
requested
the
you
right.
leave the order at their door. Additional instructions are provided in the Dasher app.
All right. What you got? The gravel. Oh, the gravel lot. Okay. The gravel lot. All right. That's what they said. All right. The gravel lot right here. Okay. Door 2. Okay. I got it. All right, guys. I'll drop this off and be right back. Hey, Eric, what's going on? Yeah, Eric. Hey, guys, another great channel right here, the Star Dash-Ins. Yeah, very entertaining. I said, you know, you don't know what to expect from them. That's why it's so entertaining. That's why I like channels to where you don't know what to expect. So, all right, let me deliver this. I'll be right back. All right. Well, that puts me up to $43. Well, it's $43 I didn't have. We're in the middle of an order. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's $43 I didn't have when I started the day. You know, just going on a Monday, a day I never really dash on. So, you know, that's just the way you got to look at it. You know, whatever you make, it's what you didn't have. Yeah. That's the optimism you got to have. Because, I mean, there's a lot of those that say, oh, man, it's such a horrible day. You know, I didn't make this, or anything. Well, it's the one thing about appreciation. Just remember, whatever it was that you make, that's what you didn't have when you started. And I'll give you a good prime example of that. There was a show that I used to watch back in the, in the late 80s, early 90s. And that show was called Perfect Strangers. And they were two different people, okay? One was pessimistic, the other was optimistic, okay? I mean, they were perfect strangers, and that was the reason why. One had one personality, the other had the other, okay? And the one, Larry, he was sort of more towards the pessimistic side, He was, there was something that he said, that he wished that he had more of this, more of that, and the other. That it was almost like, he just didn't appreciate, the fact that, he had so little, he didn't really appreciate what he had. But then his cousin, told him he had the optimistic side. He said, I said, well, it's only $5. And I said, but then his cousin told him, I said, $5? Look at it this way. It's $5 you didn't have when you started the day. And his cousin like, yeah, you're right. I didn't have that when I started the day, did I? It's how you look at things, guys. Yeah. Instead of looking at what you don't have, think about whatever it is you get, that's something that you did not have when you started the day. And when you look at things like that and you see it from that perspective, then it changes your thinking. When it changes your thinking, hey, I didn't have this when I started the day. And then whatever else you get that day, then you become a little bit more appreciative of what you do get. And then that changes your thinking, and it might even change your outcome. See, there was a saying that I said, there was a saying that I heard many years ago. They say, what you say you are, what you think you become. I think that's how it goes. Yeah. What you say you are, what you think you become. So when you change your thinking and you change your outlook, then that thinking just might change not just the algorithm of what DoorDash and Uber Eats and all this stuff, it might change the overall algorithm of just the nature itself. That's how you look at things. Oh, we just got an order. What did we get? All right, that's not bad. It's not even 10 o'clock yet, so that's good. We got $4 at Speedway. Okay, again, $4 I didn't have.
Drive east on West McKay Road for 1 mile.
And then that'll end the dash with an order. You're definitely on a road that you've never been on and don't recognize. Yeah. That's the beauty of it. If you're driving on somewhere that you've never known, you learn something new every day. I like that too. See, you do the flow of the waters unless it's just not aiming towards where I need to be. Yep. But yeah, I think about it, and it's like I wasn't really expecting really wanting to go out and dash today because I don't know what it was like on a Monday. But every little bit of money that I make, helps with the expenses of my trip, whether it's gas or, if I'm stopping to have, a meal somewhere, because, you got to do that when you're driving, especially if you're driving, 11 plus hours to get there. You got to consider that stuff. That's why I'm trying to do all this extra dashing, letting my W-2 take care of all my other bills. And then, with your trip expenses, those expenses add up, guys. They really do. They add up.
State Route 9.
You'd be surprised. You spend a little bit here, you spend a little bit there. You may not think you're spending a whole lot, but then overall, when it's all said and done, you look and say, man, did I really spend that much? Yeah, you did. Let's see. But you made the money that you didn't have when you started the day, and it was money that you really, in a way expected, but then again, you may not have expected because you don't know what that day was going to bring because you hadn't done it for a while. So you learn to appreciate what it is you get. And when you change your thinking of that and say, hey, this is what I didn't have when I started. It changes your thinking. Not only does it change it could change the algorithm of nature itself. If you put 2 and 2 together, you'll be able to see what I mean when I say that.
46176. USA will be on the left.
And I hope they have it ready this time because they didn't last time.
1424 South Harrison Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Yeah, we'll park right here by the ice machine. All right. There we go. All right, guys, so go get this and I'll be right back. You need to start a side business, drop off business cards of the homes you drop off to. Yeah, but I don't. I don't see how you can do that with this, though. You know, I mean, I might be able to do that with books and stuff, but no. I mean, you combine this. I mean, I don't know how I could do that. I mean, I see your idea, but I don't think I could do that, though. Oh, I didn't expect that. Let me look at something here, guys. Let me see here. Hold on a minute. I did get that message. Said, let's say, hello, DJ. Unfortunately, your order from there got canceled. I said, you receive half pay. Okay. I guess they didn't want that bad. So, I mean, instead of getting $4 for that, I got $2. Well, again, it's $2 I didn't have. So, apparently they didn't need whatever it was that much. I go in and I asked them that, and they said that, I go in and ask them about that. I said, I had this order for this person, and they said, oh, that they canceled that order. And I said, okay. Then I looked at it, and sure enough, it erased from my screen. And then I looked up here while I was on my other phone, and it said, yes, your order, you receive half pay. Your order has been canceled. I said, you'll receive half pay for that order. I'm like, okay. All right. Yeah, Eric's got a great channel, guys. He really does. Man, I'm going in there to pick up that order, and then all of a sudden they said, hey, I'm sorry, it got canceled. I'm like, okay. Yeah, when I go in there and it's like, the cashier is saying I'm picking up for someone, I said, oh, well, they canceled that order. And it's like, oh, they did? I don't have it on here. And then all of a sudden the order disappeared. And that's when they said, yeah, I went back to the screen of accepting orders, and yeah, I just looked up there. Yeah, $2. Okay, well, whatever. It's $2 I didn't have. All right, well, let me get up here. I'm leaving Uber on. I'm going to get up here. There's someplace I'm going to visit for a minute, guys, and then we'll return and see what is it. It's 6 after. Yeah, I'm just going to take a short break. Got to go someplace I got to visit for a minute, and to check on something about trip expenses, and then I will resume the dash at 10:30 or shortly thereafter. Maybe I'll get some Uber orders. All right. Drive on this little street here. Every time I drive on this street here, I think of Mary Giggs's cat. Because it's Howard Street. But this street can help you get, if State Road 44 is so busy that, it's hard to get around, you can use this street to help you get from, this one street up here to down there. I mean, you got to be careful on it because some people drive too fast on it, and then you got to, make sure you're paying attention so that, you don't run into each other, because they park cars on the side. But it's a good street that will help you get where you need to go. Go ahead. Fix this while you're doing that. All right. But I do like that street if I'm going to go from one side of town to the other. That's a good street to take. Okay. Okay, DoorDash has ended. So it's official. They sent me the message that the dash has ended. So we'll resume it after I take care of a couple things here. That's it. I get now start Dashians. I thought it was like Kardashians. Nope. Yeah, they did that based upon that though. I thought it was clever. Okay, we're gonna end it here. All right. So. Message, thank you for dashing. We hope you resume dashing soon, and I will do that. But I got a couple things I got to take care of here first, guys. So, but I will. I won't be long because it'll be another 15 minutes that I've got to resume. So. That completes the order. Okay. Very good. Oh boy. All right. Put you up to $70. Well, let's see. Yeah, like I said, $43. Well, that $2 that puts me to $45. So, yeah. CJ, now you can see how I support people and present your life history to support the next person. Well, that's what I want to see. That's exactly what I want to see. Like I said, I mean, it's not like I didn't want to, to do that with you. Okay, it's not that. It's just you have to see it from my perspective and some of those others that I follow. It's, when we do that, we want to make sure that you are, that you're not abusing the privilege, because there are those that have. And that's why, we're careful now as to how we do that. That it's more of a group thing than it is an individual thing. That's what, that's why I said that. Okay. This is a community that is well more respected and honored when we help one another. And that, when you are, a mod, yet you do it in the way to which, someone gets out of hand, you take care of that situation. And also, if you need to know, if you, want to support someone and subscribe to their channel, if you want to find out how that channel is without going through all that extra typing, all you got to do is, if you're blue, you just go ahead and, and click on that channel. And, if you're blue, then you know who that channel is. So. All right. So you got to go down here. I just got to make one little stop here, guys, to check on something real fast. All right. Manners and respect for everyone. Yep. All right, just gonna park here for a minute, and I got something I gotta go check on real quick, guys. Get ready for my trip. We'll just fix this real quick while I go and do that. All right, I'm just gonna leave Uber on. So I'm just gonna see something real quick, guys, and then, if, like I said, if I get an Uber order right now, I'll definitely go and take care of it. All right, see you in a couple minutes. All right. It didn't take very long, guys. All I was doing was trying to see about something about the trip because, yeah. Because, I'm trying to figure out how, how I'm doing a few things that I'm, to get ready for it. And, because, I'm just taking care of those, errands today. Because I'm leaving tomorrow, and I just got to figure out how we're going to get this done. So, all right. Yeah, I don't know why when I had those rubber bands on here, I ended up breaking. That's why I did go. You're not trying to go for politics, but we wanted to go for politics. But if we wanted to show the world leaders what unity really looks like, it needs to be done with small communities. Exactly. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on here, guys. Let's fix them. Okay. Hey, hold on, guys. All right. All right. Got 5 minutes here before we start. All right. Basically all the apps. Okay. Hey, sorry, man. That's all I wanted to get off your chest when you said it. Yeah, I know. But that's the one thing about there, if we all understand unity, it's like, it's not like we're all trying to be against one another. We're all trying, if we understand what unity is, because here's another thing too, okay? And here's what everybody's got to understand, okay? We're talking about of least resistance, okay? Let's just look at, the world in general, okay? The world in general and, the planet Earth in general, okay? Just suppose, okay? And I said, now how impossible this will sound, okay? But just suppose, okay, that we had invaders from another planet come over here. What do you think everybody's going to do of all the countries? What do you think everybody's going to do? They're going to stop looking at themselves and all the problems here, and they're going to look at the ones that are trying to invade the whole planet. See how that shifts? See how everything shifts? Not to say that it's going to happen, but guys, if you think of it from that perspective, maybe it might get everybody to think, you know what? Maybe it's, maybe we need to change our thinking, and maybe we really need to unite and learn to get along. Sometimes it takes something like that to think about. I know that sounds way, far-fetched and stuff, but really, if you think about it, it might change your thinking a little bit. Okay. 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 All right, let's get ready to do this, guys. Okay, let's see. Well, let's see. 3 minutes. I still got Uber on, though. All right. Okay, let's start again. All right. All right, it's very close enough. All right. Okay, we're back on for round 2. Still got Uber on. Let me just check Uber. Maybe I need to do the same thing with them. Okay, hold on. Oops. All right. Okay. Okay, we'll do this. Right there. There we go. All right. So I need to accept more trips to try to get to gold level on Uber. Well, give me some good orders and I'll do that. You got to give me better orders than what you've been getting. Time for you to get some lunch. Yeah. Well, technically, guys, lunch starts around 10:30 for some places. I mean, for some it's 11. So, yeah. All right. So we'll just go and find a good place to go, and we'll just wait here and see if we can get some of the orders, guys. It's definitely 10:30. Yep. So that means you're in northern Kentucky, because northern Kentucky, I think, see, where is it in Kentucky that goes to Central Time? Yeah, because I know, it's from a certain area in Kentucky. North of that is Eastern Daylight Time, and then south of that, wherever that line is, that's Central Daylight Time. So yeah. Hey, Indy, welcome in. I didn't know you were there. I didn't see you, Indy. Welcome in. Hey, Indy. I don't know if they had it on the news or not, but over here earlier today, you'd have to back up a little ways. I mean, there was did you see there was a wreck that involved a black pickup truck and some work truck equipment. Did you see that? Or did you hear about it? Because I had an order that, I had a DoorDash order that I was going to pick up, and I had to change my route because it was going southbound on 74. It was southbound on 74. Because I went northbound on 74 to go pick up an order, and that's when I saw that. And southbound on 74, I said that was that was bad. No, you didn't. Oh man. Yeah, that's bad when it's it was one of those it was one of those shovels that had like spikes. I don't know what you call that, but yeah, there was a black pickup truck and that it looks like they got together. I mean, it was hard for me really to see because but that's what it looked like. I mean, it was bad whatever it was. Maybe somebody knows something about it. But yeah, I mean, when I was coming back, I had to change my route because I wasn't going southbound on 74 to go pick up this order back in Shelbyville. I wasn't going to do that. So, yeah, you were playing there Saturday evening and night. Yeah, I dashed here. Let's see, Saturday night. And I did Saturday night. Oh man, I did really well with Uber Saturday night, man. I had the best order on Uber. I was taking, I had like a $12 order, that I had to take to the southern part of Flat Rock. And so I was taking that and I got this Uber order. Okay. So it was 2 Uber orders actually. One of them, I think one of them was 11 something and the other one was 14 something. And that was, going up to, Fairland. Okay. And then, so I take it up there, and I was got the order for, I had to turn them down because I was taking that order up north because I was going nowhere near Fairland. So then it came back as $23. Okay, and I thought, and I was still heading up to take that order, and I said, no, man, I wish I could have had it, because that's not a bad offer. Even though it's going 16 miles, that's not a bad offer to take it up there. So anyway, I dropped that order off, and I thought I had to turn that down. So I thought, well, I lost out on that opportunity. And, so I went ahead and dropped the DoorDash off, and then came back. And then as I was driving back, getting ready to turn into town, here comes this offer, $32. $32 for this, for going to Fairland. And I jumped on that immediately. Yes, it was 2 drops. They combined both of them together. But it wasn't bad. It was Maya's and Applebee's. Maya's and Applebee's. They were combined. And so I went ahead and picked those up. One of them was to the Pilot gas station up there off the Fairland exit. That's where the Applebee's went. And then the Maya's went to London Road. Not bad at all. I mean, that was definitely worth $32. So after I drop those off and I'm coming back, just before I get on the, as I make that turn passing the Dollar General in Fairland there, well, I get another Uber offer. So it was $11. I had to go come down, pick up Wendy's. It was a Wendy's offer off of 44 right over here. And it was going just not too far down the road. I mean, it was a lot of miles for me to drive to get there. But after I got that dropped off, so after I, got into town, to get ready to Wendy's, here comes this DoorDash offer from Taco Bell. And it's just going west of where I was dropping the Uber off. So I went ahead and accepted that DoorDash. So, I go and pick up the Taco Bell. While I get a message from Uber to saying, hey, I said, we're saying, hey, time's ticking, why'd you go off the path? I mean, they didn't say why'd you go off the path, but I got that little hourglass message from them. And I said, don't worry about it. I said, I'm going to pick up this Taco Bell order, and I'm just going to keep it in the car and head over there. So, that was all I heard from that. So I got the Taco Bell order, then hurried up and took the Uber order, just down the road from where the Wendy's was, got that dropped off, still had time to go and take the Taco Bell because it was like a mile and a half past the Uber drop off. I was like maybe 2 minutes late dropping that off, but DoorDash didn't say anything. So even though it might have went against my on-time rate or something, I mean, it didn't matter. I did that dirty stack. So, and still got that Uber. And, that was the last Uber that I had that night, but I made $43 off of Uber in like an hour, in just like an hour and 20 minutes. Made $43 on Uber in an hour and 20 minutes. And then the rest of the night was DoorDash. But man, that was awesome. Okay. Yeah, it's just past 7:30. I said, it's just, past 10:30, so now the lunch shift is starting. So hopefully we'll get, see, Indy, why you acknowledge me? Indy might be doing some delivery, because I mean, he is, he does delivery like I do. He goes around everywhere, he's in a different town like I am all the time. He thinks and does like me. So he may be delivering right now. But he's got all kinds of apps. I think he's got like, I think he said he's got at least 7 apps, if I'm not mistaken. And Uber Driver is one of them. He does, chauffeur and meat puppets. That's what Tornado Garden calls it, is meat puppets. So, but yeah, he could be delivering right now. So, I'm just hoping that I get one here soon. Yeah, I'm hoping to getting an order here soon. I mean, I know it's just a little after 10:30, and now with Uber, I'm hoping I can get some Uber orders. So I'm just going to sit here for a minute, and then I'll just drive around over by Applebee's and Starbucks and see maybe if I can get something there. So, all right, let's go. Let's just it's just like that, that one that was in here and said, "Why you just sit around?" No, I'm not going to do that now. So we'll move around. Yeah. We'll just sit here for a minute, and then we'll drive, sit over there by, get in the shade over there by Starbucks. Might get something over there. Who knows? We'll see. Is it going to be like the lyric from the Mamas and the Papas song, Monday, Monday? I said, Monday, Monday, can't trust that day. Is that, is it like that? Or is it like Susanna Hoffs of the Bengals said, Manic Monday? I don't know. I don't know. It's new to me. Hardly ever dash on a Monday. See, I checked any details on apps. I never even heard of that, but I learned what gigtube is. Yeah, Indy's got a bunch of apps. I said, he does Uber Driver, where you, and I don't know if he has Lyft or not, but he does that. He has DoorDash, Spark, and Uber Eats. I think he has Shipped, which is Target, I believe. And I think a couple others. Yeah. A couple of others. So yeah, he's got like at least 7 apps, I think. I mean, I've only got 2. I mean, Instacart is impossible to get into. I mean, if it took that one dasher that I was talking to at Pizza 3.5 years, I mean, yeah, that's a long time to wait to get on an app. 3.5 years. You just support all pickups, hospital, and pick up all sorts. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if he has Amazon Flex or not. I don't remember exactly. I know he's got at least 7 apps. But if gig work is all you do, you got a multi-app. If that's all you do, you got a multi-app. But I mean, that's why I'm glad I got a W-2 job, so that I don't have to do that. A W-2 takes care of everything else, and I just do this on the side to try to make extra money. And everything I make today is helping support my my trip expenses. So just a little extras, here and there, because you don't know how many stops you got to make, how much gas you're going to have to get to travel 700 miles. You just don't know. 700 miles is a lot of miles, guys. It really is. 11, 12 hours. That's a trip. Sit over here and try to get in the shade if there's a place that I can sit at. Yeah, we'll just go back here, I guess, where nobody is. All right. Sit over here by Starbucks. Sit over here for a few minutes. There you go. Okay. Sorry, New Zealand. Hi, I had a passenger on the car. Yeah, if you have a passenger, if you're doing Uber, Uber driver, yeah, you got to keep things silent, to try, to protect the driver, to protect the passenger. That's like Tornado Garden. When he has, when he has a passenger in the car, he shuts everything down. He'll leave the live going, but he'll turn off he'll mute it, and, he just, for respect to that passenger. that's what you got to be respectful. Is sometimes they say, well, I don't want to be, recorded or something like that. You got to respect that. So, and he does that. So, okay, so we'll do the little trick here. Okay, we'll just do that little trick. Got to be safe than sorry. Exactly. And you got to respect those people that you take. I mean, in the towns that I'm in, I don't really, I don't think too much of doing, Uber driver, because, first of all, in a town like this, and some others, I just, there really isn't that much of an opportunity. If you're somewhere near an airport, or somewhere where, somebody's picking up a rental car or something like that, yeah, then that you can see, but not, in a town like this, you don't think you really have that much opportunity. That's why I don't do it. So I would do it, but just don't trust strangers in your car. Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel too. But if you live close to an airport, that would be the perfect job for you. But I don't live anywhere near an airport, so. And I really don't want to, because it's too much traffic to be up there. All right, let's resume. Okay. How am I that many feet when, I'm like 2 blocks away from that? I don't know, guys. You have to do at least 30 runs a week when you're in a Tesla. Okay. Well, I'm just going to see, it's just saying Monday's a slow day. But in a way, I kind of expected that, I think. Because, a lot of times when I've watched people dash on Monday, like if I'm, like in the past and up now, I've seen that Monday is a slow day. I've seen Eric, the Star Dashians, dash on a Monday. He said Monday's slow, and some others. And they just think, hey, Monday is... some Mondays can be good, though. It just depends. Monday nights might be good because of Monday Night Football, but I can't dash tonight because I'm getting ready to leave in the morning. So, yeah. Learning so much about dashing right now, it's a little bit overwhelming. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be, though. The thing is, when you're dashing, you're basically your own boss. The only thing that you've got to do is just, when they send you an order, okay, is it how far is it from the merchant that you're picking up from? Do you know your area well enough? Is it is it something that's worth taking? Does it make sense? Is it something like maybe $7 for like three miles, maybe almost 4 miles or something like that? Is it something like that? Or is it $3 going 6 miles? You got to think about that. 50 cents a mile, a little bit over that. You determine what it is you take. You take what makes sense to you. That's one of the things about Uber. I said, I don't care about my acceptance rate on Uber. I don't. But on DoorDash, I kind of do, because, Uber they don't have a system where it says, you don't just, they don't have a schedule. You can just go on anytime you want to. DoorDash isn't like that. You have to maintain, in order to go on, when you can go on without any kind of scheduling or anything, you have to be above a certain percentage in all of your things to maintain platinum level. If you're platinum level, then you can just go on at any time, anywhere. That's why I try to keep my acceptance rate where I can. Are you in hometown today? Yeah, I'm just here in Shelbyville today. I'm just trying to make a little extra money to get ready for my trip tomorrow, Indy. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow when I go on my trip, I'm hoping to see maybe if I might be able to meet Keeping It Real Charles. Um, trying to trying to do that, see if I can work that out. I'm trying to see if I can meet Dashing Womble tomorrow, and Sunny Chronicles, and maybe even Jay Twist. Might be able to see him tomorrow because he's going to be in Tulsa, which is where I'm going to be. So let me see. Mm-hmm. Mm. All right, so like all the apps you use, we don't start hearing about them and you say, be safe driving, but I was the first guest. Yep. Indy was always the first guest, guys. I mean, yeah, if you go back on there, you'll see, I was in Shelbyville. I said, we met at Applebee's up, just up the road here. And yeah, he will always be the first guest. Yep, he will always be. So, yeah, so if you look at all my videos, you'll see the thumbnail and the post says, Big Three meets Indie Gig Life. You will see that on there. So it'll tell you exactly the time that that we saw each other on that video. So yeah, that was fun. I mean, it really was. It's nice to meet a fellow, a gig tuber that you watch and follow. And I will get to do that here over the course of the next couple days. So I mean, it'll be fun to do that because, I mean, like I said, it's enjoyable to, to travel for one thing, to see places you've never been. I mean, I don't know what to expect, going to Oklahoma. I mean, I'm, used to driving all the way down. I said to Louisiana, that was a big trip. Mississippi, that's a big trip. Going down to, Alabama, Gulf Shores, Alabama, that's a big trip. You're talking 11, 12, 13 hours to get to those places. And it's no different here going to Oklahoma. You're talking like 11 and a half hours. Yeah. That's a long time. I mean, is it really worth it to, to really travel all that in one day? In all honesty, to travel 12 to 13 hours, that's kind of hard on you. And I'm hoping to try to just break it up into 2 days so that I got time to meet all the gig tubers and spend time with them and just break it up into a 2-day trip to get to, to Oklahoma. So that way, when I do get to Oklahoma, then, hey, I'm not stressing by, I'm getting there in like 3 to 4 hours compared to getting there in, all in one trip, and not getting to meet those. So, yep. Okay, we're not going to sit here forever either. So we're going to go ahead and move. And we'll just do that, let's do the little circle coming around. That's what we'll do. I tried to do that last time and I ended up getting an order. So let's try that again. Maybe the same thing will happen. That's where I got that Aldi order, was I tried to go back to do the circle and then Aldi came calling. I got it. Very easy Aldi order. Maybe the same thing will happen. Who knows? I just want to try to stay in the shade as much as I can. And it's hard to believe that this time in September it's only 62 degrees outside. But it's going to get warm again, from what I hear. And at least I'll be in Oklahoma and not have to worry about that. Getting coffee and donuts. Okay, yeah, I just got through delivering a packaged donuts from Aldi just in the last hour. That was my last order. I had to go to Aldi, just pick up one thing of donuts to take to a church. Real easy. I was in and out of Aldi in less than 5 minutes, which a lot of times when you're in and out of Aldi, you're looking at least 30. Right here, Indy, right up here, right up here on this highway. It was right here that you're looking at. That's where the wreck was. Right here. Just past this bridge. Right here. You look over there to the right. It was right there. That's where the wreck was. Right there. And if you were going southbound on 74, you were waiting. You were bumper to bumper. Who's out to getting ready to tell you? Yeah. Yeah, it was a mess, let me tell you. Then I was taking an order off of Nights to See. I came back because in order to come around, to stay off of 74, I had to go, I had to take the long way going around Morristown Road and that little back road over there to get to Knightstown Road to stay away from the interstate. And then you could see off the bridge over there, past the FOP, you could see the wreck right there. And it was awful. It really was. That was something else. What kind of breed of dog was that you had on one of those bloodhound things like Harry Potter or something? See, I myself, I don't have a dog. I have 2 kitties. I don't have a dog. I've had dogs though. Growing up, I had 2 poodles, and when I was married to my former, we had 2 dogs there. There were, I had a mutt and a black-nosed pit bull. Yeah, that's what I had. It was my former stepson that wanted that pit bull, and it was okay. Sometimes it could have been aggressive, but I think the parents of that pit bull were more aggressive, I think. But like I said, it was okay. If it knew you and all that, it could be a very sweet dog. It really was. But if you came anywhere near the family, it didn't really to say to let the bite. It was to let you know, hey, stay back. I won't bother you. But if you lay a hand on any one of that family, I said, I will not be happy. That's all that dog did. Yeah. A very serious hyper dog that was rescued as a black Labrador, and how big her homework was so mad. Now my daughter, my daughter has 2 dogs. Yeah, she has one that's a German Shepherd mix and another one that's an Irish Setter mix. And she showed me those. The Irish Setter mix is real sweet. The German Shepherd mix, that one, I said, you got to sit with it for a little bit, to try to get it to calm down, because that dog is like a year old. When a dog is a year old, then, it has all this energy and it wants to, to let it out and everything. That's why it can get real hyper. The other dog, the Setter mix, was I think it's 5. I think she said it was 5. Yeah. And my grandson gets along with, he gets along with both of them, but the Setter mix, kind of, is more friendlier and and better with him than the other dog is. So, it's like if you have 2 things with energy, they kind of collide. But the Irish Setter one, kind of helps him settle down, and and they get along a lot better. Hello, pal. You day missed you last few streams. It's all right, STB audits. You 2 codes and 2 cats. Yeah. Black-nosed pit bull. Yep. that's what we had. Yeah, a lot of them are red nose, but this one was black nose. But I mean, like I said, if it wasn't threatened or anybody in the family wasn't threatened, it was a very sweet dog. Very, very sweet. Yeah. And like I said, he really was not aggressive, aggressive. But, well, actually, it was a she. I mean, she was not very expressively aggressive. But, I mean, if she didn't know you, she kind of gave you, like, little warnings like, okay, I said, okay, I mean, I know that you're there, and if, say, but I'm keeping my eye on you, okay? But if you do something if you do something to any member of my family, I will not be happy, okay? That was basically what she said. She was not overly aggressive, but, she gave you, your space and stuff to say if you were friendly with the family, then she would learn to adapt to you. But if she saw that you were threatening in any way, shape, or form, she would let you know, hey, I'm not happy. You need to either back off or it's not going to look pretty. So, yeah. That's how that was, guys. Well, at least I know, now for future that I'm going to have to choose a different town to dash on Mondays, it looks like. Well, when I'm on my vacation the second time, I definitely will not be dashing in Shelbyville on Monday morning. That I will tell you. I'm not sure exactly where I will dash on there, but I mean, I had to be here because I had a couple of errands that I had to run in that little area that I showed you. So, all right. Okay, what'd you say? Okay, it's been 2 months now since you lost your cat. Ever since your parents moved and you're not too happy how my dad handled it. I didn't even get the chance to love on my cat. He just let her out without letting me know. Oh man, that's not good. It's not easy to lose a pet. We lost all 3 of ours in 1 year. It took a couple years till we got more. Yeah, pets are just, they're a big part of the family. I mean, that's the one thing. I mean, little Tiny, she basically, when I come home from work, she knows that she wants to, she wants her treats, she wants her food, and then, after she settles down and gets to know, she'll, want to lay on my chest and, tell me how much she appreciates me. Little one, when she sees me when I come in, what does she do? She starts scratching the, the little tiny carpets I have in the house. She'll start scratching that and let them know that she's happy that I'm there. I'll give her treats and her food. And then after she gets, fed, because she's younger, she's 2, and little Tiny's, I think 6. And, little one, after she gets fed, she starts running around the house, being happy that, that her owner's home and that, she appreciates the fact that she gets fed and loved on by her owner. Yeah, that's what it is with those 2. Yeah. Man, I cannot believe here at 11 o'clock and I haven't heard from either one of them. You've had her almost 12 years. Yeah. Yeah, animals, doesn't matter what they are, they're a part of the family. Like my daughter had a rabbit. She had a rabbit for 8 years. That's basically their lifespan is 8 years for rabbits. Even though they eat healthy, they eat vegetables. They don't eat meat or anything. They just have lettuce, carrots, or whatever. But 8 years is their lifespan. And, the rabbit that she had, that's basically 8.5 years. That's, that was basically his term. Towards the end of June 2013 is how long you've had her. I said, yeah, 2013, man, that was... Yeah, 2013, that was not a year that I that I enjoy talking about. That was a pretty rough year for me. Man, we got to do something here, guys. I mean, man. I know it's only been like a half an hour since I restarted, but you'd think with 2 apps, I'd have something. I mean, if it was DoorDash only, then, it would have been something different. But I've got, but now that I got Uber, so hopefully I would get something from Uber because, you get orders here at Uber. I was just hoping I would get the kind of orders I had the other night. Man, that was a great Uber night. Japan, hey, welcome in. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you joining from Japan. I think I might have had one other person from Japan before, but yeah. Let's see, welcome in from Japan. Thank you. She was the only one I could talk to, and she would just purr and comfort me. Well, that's the way little Tiny is, Little Tiny, like I said, little one will come and do that, what little Tiny does too, just not as often, because I think, I said because, little one's younger. She's not one that just wants to lay around and do all that kind of thing. Little one, because she's younger, she just wants to run around. She wants to run around. She wants you to get a toy and play with her and all that. That's what she wants. Little Tiny's not like that. Little Tiny's older. She's not one that really, she'll play from time to time, but not as much as little one because, she just looks at little one and says, you know what? I'm a little bit older. I don't have the pep and stamina that you have. I just, I'm just not like that anymore because the little Tiny used to be that way. When I took her in, she was like, I think a little bit over a year old, and and she did do the things that little one is doing now. But time just went by, and now she's 6 years old, and it's like, where'd the time go? And we picked up little one. She was really little Tiny, and now she's grown real long, and she's 2 years old, and it's like, man, where did the time go? Here, just a minute ago, they were little kittens. Now look at them. And it's like been 5 years, honestly. All right, let's move around again. Let's not just stay here. Well, this goes to show, guys, when I go on Monday, I will, see, I know now for certain that Shelbyville is not the place to dash on a Monday. Now I know. So that when I have my next vacation and I'm off on that Monday, you will not see me here. I will be somewhere else. I don't know where, but I will not be here. That is for certain. Yeah. See, that's what you got to do. You got to test to see what days are best for your, what days are best, for what place. And now I know, do not dash in Shelbyville on a Monday. So now I know. So I will not do that. Next time I dash on a Monday, it will be somewhere else. I don't know where yet, but you got to test it. You just got to test it. You don't know unless you do. And you can't guess. If you see that it doesn't work, then you know what not to do next time. You want to get a pet for your son. Oh, okay. What kind of pet do you want to get him? What does he want? But yeah, you see, my daughter, she had, as to go on with the story, my daughter, before she had my grandson and stuff, while she was in around 2020, she had another dog. It was a Shih Tzu. That's what she had, was a Shih Tzu, and she, she had a Shih Tzu. That's what she had, was a Shih Tzu. And, she, she had a Shih Tzu. That's what she had, was a Shih Tzu. And, she had a Shih Tzu. That's what she had, was a Shih Tzu. And, she had a Shih Tzu. That's what she had, was a Shih Tzu. And, yeah, She had that dog for 16 years. Let's see, I think she was like 20, let's see, it was 2020, and she'll be 31 this year. So 5 years. Yeah, she was 25 when that dog passed away. So she had that dog since she was 10. She had that dog since she was, wait. 15 years. She was 25. Yeah, since she was 10 years old. She had that dog since she was 10, 15 years. Yeah. And you want to talk about a dog with energy. That dog had a lot of energy. I mean, I would go over there and the dog was, real happy to see me and everything because I visited my daughter all the time, especially when she was still in school. And, yeah. So, it's 12 a.m. on Tuesday in Japan now. Oh, okay. So you are 13 hours ahead. Okay. All right. So Japan is 13 hours ahead. The Philippines is 12 hours ahead. I think Australia and New Zealand, is 12 hours ahead. So yeah, it's interesting. That's what I like about the time zone. And one of the channels, Each Day TV, he has one of those watches set to all the different time zones and places all over the world. I find that fascinating. Like, he'll tell you what time it is in India. He'll tell you what time it is, in the Philippines, in Japan, in wherever. He has one of those watches that does that. And I'm like, really? Wow, that's interesting. I've never even heard of that. Whew. 3 a.m. Tuesday, New Zealand. Okay, so yeah, so you are 16 hours ahead. So that just tells me when you get into the Pacific Ocean, or you from California, when you're out of California in the Pacific Ocean, then it's the next day. Okay, that's what that tells me. Okay. Oh, a lot less cars here now, so yeah, that's good. Okay, so we'll sit over here in the shade again. Yeah, a lot less cars and a little bit better. Okay, we'll sit here now. See, Johnny Cash, you don't like the North Atlantic Ocean because of a past life. Oh, okay, Johnny, a past life, huh? Okay. Let's see, what were you in a past life? That's what you think. You're the first in the world to see the new day. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're the first to see the new day. Okay. So then that means you're the closest to the coast. All right. Yeah, you're the closest to the coast. Okay, so like Hawaii. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Because Hawaii, yeah, they're what are they? They're behind California. I think they're 5 hours behind. Yeah. So I think Hawaii is 2 hours behind California, I believe. Hey, we finally got an order. Let's see. Oh, we'll take it right here. It's 550, just going 9.
Turn left on delete.
Okay. We're going less than a mile. All right. Going right across the street here, guys. Go pick this up. I'll be right back. right. Okay. Okay, we got sealed bags, so we cannot do that. Okay. All right. Take receipt. Well, they do have a little bit of a receipt there. Okay. See the difference between here and Greensburg. Oh, what we got here, guys? Hold on. Dirty stack. Let's do it. We're doing a dirty stack, folks. Going to Jimmy John's, but let's do this. We're doing a dirty stack. All right. I'm going to drop this off first, because it's on the way to get to Jimmy John's. It's right up here the street. I'm gonna drop that off, and I can turn right and get into Jimmy John's. The perfect dirty stack. We're doing it. Yep. Chuck, Dashing Across America, we're doing it. Dash and Maverick, we're doing it. Yeah. When we dirty stack, we're living because we dirty stack. Yep. And we're doing it the Bill O'Reilly way. We're doing it live. We do it live. Yeah. We write it, we do it live. Yeah, that is perfect. The perfect dirty stack. Couldn't ask for a more perfect dirty stack.
Drive southwest on Progress Parkway for a half mile.
All I got to do is drop this off and go to just turn right, go right in there, and go to pick up my Jimmy John's.
In a quarter mile, turn left.
Yeah, New Zealand. If you heard about that Bill O'Reilly thing back a while ago, I mean, he used that phrase in a negative way. I use that phrase in a positive way because I like to do things live. It's more live. It's more fun. That's why when I try to help all these other gig tubers reach their milestones, I like to get them there live. And I did that 3 times. Just Roy Delivery. I got him to 1K subscribers on Christmas Eve last year. Did it live. Fran Phoenix. I did that for her. She got it. She was only 3 away. I went live. Got her those 3 subscribers. I did that live. Same thing with Gig Life and More. She was close to getting 1,000 subscribers. I did that for her. I did it all live. That's what I like about it.
Turn left, then turn left.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better dirty stack right here. All I gotta do is just drop this off over here. I think is this person a frequent customer? I think I remember that number here. Let's see. DJ, you taught me what dirty stacks is the other night. Yeah. If you get if you get an order from Uber and DoorDash,
turn left.
At the same time, you're delivering one.
Turn right.
Yeah.
Then turn left.
Yeah, right here.
Turn left. Then 216 Progress Road up to 57, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA will be on the left. 216 Progress Road up to 57, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176,
Customer requested
USA is on the
leave the order
left.
at their door.
Oh, okay, right here.
They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
All right. Right here. Okay. I haven't been to this one here, guys. All right. All right. Drop this off real quick. Be right back. Okay, let's go to Jimmy John's and pick up this order, guys. Okay, let's get Uber here.
Head to your pickup at Jimmy John's number 3008.
All right, let's go. The perfect dirty stack. Yep.
Turn right to stay on Progress Road, then turn left. Turn left to stay on Progress Road, then turn right.
Man, you know, I didn't realize how fun dirty stacking really is. I mean, when Dash and Maverick told me you're not living if you're not dirty stacking, I mean, he's right.
Then turn left on
Absolutely
Place
right.
Boulevard.
You really aren't. You know, it's all because it's a fun thing. Gets your adrenaline going. I said, you know, you're picking up both these orders, trying to get them delivered at the same time. That's why I always, when I do them, I want to make sure I get the DoorDash delivered first. So, and at least this is my second Uber today. So now all I got to do is turn on this road and Jimmy John's is right there. Couldn't have asked for a better dirty stack.
Turn right, then turn right.
All right, right here. Okay. Okay, park in the shade too. Can't get any better than that. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right. I'm gonna put this in the bag because it's still pretty hot and I want to give him a nice hot sandwich. So, all right, here we go. Confirm. Okay. All right.
Head to your drop-off at 202 East Broadway Street.
Okay. Let's see. Is that all right? Is that a? I think that's a business. I think it is. I think it is a business. All right. Because it's a very busy street. So it would be, if it says east, then it would be east of Harrison. Yeah, okay. So yeah. So if you don't go to if you go to Harrison, you're west. If you don't go to Harrison, you're east. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, we'll go down here and turn around where Burger King is so I can go to a light. All right. Well, this is the new Waffle House. Is now on DoorDash. Waffle House is on DoorDash now? I haven't had a Waffle House order. I've never had a Waffle House order on DoorDash. Is that new for all of them or just yours?
In a quarter-mile, turn right on East Michigan Road.
Well, now
Turn
we're
right
going
on
to...
East State Road 44.
If I'm going... Why are you telling me to go that way if east is over here? No. Sounds like Uber's got their thing backwards. Okay. Okay, let's see. Meat. Okay. Yeah, okay, it is on the right side. That's what I thought. No, just Shelbyville. Let me look at my email. Yep, Shelbyville is all I've been today. Only because there's a couple things here that I got to tidy up, and when my dash is done here, I got one other thing to get ready to pack and rest up for my trip. So. Slow it down here, and he's turning. All right. Yeah. Watch this guy on the moped. I don't know if he's going to want to turn, if he's going to want to get over or not.
In a quarter-mile, drop off.
Oh, is it the dealership up here? I think it might be the dealership.
Drop off.
Let's see. Nope, it's right here, guys. Right here. Okay. All right here. Okay, let me drop this off. I'll be right back and complete this 30 stash. Oh yeah, he asked for extra napkins. I gotta make sure to take those. All right. Dirty stack done. Dirty stack complete. Real nice guy in there too. Real nice. Okay, all right. Let's see. I can't get out that way. All right. All right. Can I go back this way? Yeah, I guess I can. Okay, instead of going out over there, I can go out this way. All right. Let's see here. This is... Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. GTX guy. I said, content all about? It's a food delivery service. It's DoorDash and Uber Eats. And I just delivered... I delivered a DoorDash order, that I dropped off, and then I picked up an Uber Eats order and just dropped it off. That's called a dirty stack. If you have them both in your car at the same time, or you accept an order on one and you have one order in the car, but yet another order comes down and you accept that order even before you deliver the, let's say I had the DoorDash order, I had that in, I just had accepted the DoorDash order and just, closed it out to have in my card to deliver, and then the Uber order came in. So I accepted that Uber Eats order because I saw where I was picking the Uber Eats order up at. So it was right on the way to dropping off my DoorDash order. So because that both orders were going on at the same time, that's how the dirty stack, that's what you call a dirty stack. And that is what you call a legitimate dirty stack. Okay? That's a legitimate one. Okay? It was perfect. Right on time. It was exactly, that's exactly how it was. Yep. And all those of you that were on here, you all saw it. You all saw it was legitimate. It was done exactly the way the dirty stack is supposed to be. No question about it.